Wait. I'm about to cut my intro music because I forgot we have special guests who are sharing out and making coin. Okay. Let me go ahead and clip that song. What's going on, Conscious Crew? We will not be having an intro song today, but you guys see what we're here to get into, y'all. We're going to get into some things. So I want to welcome everyone to the platform. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, 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 wonderful Sunday. Before we get started, I want you guys to go ahead and run those likes up. We need all of the likes. We need all of the likes, all of the likes, all of the likes. Y'all know that YouTube be playing on my personal head top as it relates to notifications. So the only way we can combat that is by having you guys bully the hell out of the thumbs up button. It don't cost you nothing. But speaking of not costing you nothing, okay, you can also donate to the platform at $Conscious TV and or paypal.me/Conscious TV. Conscious spelled with the Z on the very end, just how it is here on the YouTube. All donation information and handles are in the description box below. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the king is in fact king. And then last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your Facebook, your MySpace, or the dark side of Twitter and Tumblr. I don't really give a where you lay the link. Just let them peons know that we are loud, we are live, and we are certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Conscious TV.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Conscious TV.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Sunday to everyone. We are loud, live, and in color. We have a blended platform today. I want the Conscious Crew to be very welcoming and very kind to our St. James neighbors, okay? We are all unified on this front on this God-given Sunday. Now, you guys may be asking, CTV, why are we here? What is this about? What is going on? And I'm sure you have not been living under a rock, because me, St. James, nor Larry or Bishop Bernard Jordan, nor Tyrone Blackburn have allowed you to live under a rock, especially over the last 48 hours, baby. We done got it started, okay? Now, as a little synopsis, you guys know that me and St. James have been pretty much the predominant platforms that have been keeping up with the TD Jakes lawsuit against accuser Dwayne Youngblood, who is being represented by ashy, thick-neck attorney Tyrone Blackburn, who's in a lot of trouble right now, okay? Now, as it relates to the direction of the lawsuit and what's going on in the lawsuit, there are things that me and St. James agree on. There are things that we don't agree on. And then there are things that we're both kind of equally undecided about. So today we're going to join forces and join brains and going to give our commentary on the current status of the lawsuit, where we think it's going. And amidst all of this going on, you guys know Dr. Reid, Larry, who pretty much, I mean, it might be arguably, but hell, you know, he is the nucleus of what the Cardinal Church sector revolves around. Where would the Cardinal Church sector be without our very own Dr. Reid and his major contribution, baby, to keeping the church sector alive and well? Well, he sat on my platform, yesterday or day before yesterday, and gave a riveting 3-hour-long interview. He was transparent. He was introspective. He was honest. He was funny. And of course, some of his detractors think that he was a liar and a double talker and might have talked his ass right into an entire lawsuit. So we're going to talk about whether that interview did that. We're going to talk about some of the conversations around Dr. Reid, around the Jordans, around everyone here. We're going to just get into it, all right? And with no further ado, I think it's safe to go ahead and introduce the St. James Show. Hi, St. James.
What is going on? What's up, Conscious TV? What's going on?
Hi, St. James.
Thank you for having me here.
You know what? I am so happy to have you here. Everybody knows that I'm really stuck up and selective about the content creators that I am willing to openly be seen with and openly endorse. You are one amongst maybe a handful of content creators that I can actually, I can enjoy, I can appreciate, and that I don't have a problem with being neighborly with. It's really far few.
Yeah, a decent YouTube ship.
Just a little bit more than decent. I kind of want to give you your roses, because out of all the things that I've been through and all the years that I've been a serious commentator, which is probably going on about 8 years since I have taken YouTube seriously. I've had a YouTube channel for a long time, but in terms of really being intentional about YouTube content, has only probably been about the last 8 years. Out of all the things I've seen, out of all the spaces I've seen, I can definitely say that your platform is one of the very few where I think you do pretty good at being non-biased. I think you do pretty good at also creating an air where you can be approachable, where people can, provide any feedback about anything. So I want to commend you on that, because a lot of spaces don't really feel neutral and don't come off as neutral. I also know that that's arguable as well, and I have my own criticisms, which we want to get into as well. Of things, but overall, yes, I think you do a good job at that. So I'm really happy to have you here. And I guess before we get started, is there anything that you want to say to the folk?
I'm just glad to be over here with Conscious TV. We have had, like you said in the intro, we've had some, we've agreed on some things with this case. This case seems to be taking us round and round and round. And, Conscious was just, everything I said in the beginning was just not true. But then as he started, and the thing about it, Conscious, all we can do is assess what's put before us.
Right.
What are people saying in the lawsuit? Defendants, plaintiffs, what are they saying? And some would say that I am biased on the Jake side, but it's not being biased on the Jake side. It's just a matter of looking at the evidence, what's being submitted so far, and saying, listen, I can't go with that foolishness over there, but I can go with this until something is proven differently. So the conversation is a great conversation to have if you're going to open your mind to it and actually accept what's being presented to us in front of us.
Absolutely. Well, okay. So to that very point, isn't it really safe to say, because I said yesterday or day before my interview with Larry, I said, it's clear to me right now that Jakes don't have nothing on Larry and is trying to use the courts to build a case against Larry, which the courts have already spoken directly to that plight. But I still said to Larry, because this is an open litigation, that I don't think he's completely out of the woodworks in terms of it's not coming down the pipeline. But I think equally the same can be said about TD Jakes. It's too soon, because if they bring Larry in, Larry is going to say all of the things y'all have accused him of not saying, not backing up with proof, not making content out of, are all the things that are going to go down on that stand. And if there's any, depending on the things, that may not work out too well for Bishop Jakes. That still can happen.
My only issue with that, Conscious, is when now you want to come out and say, well, if I'm put on the stand, I'm going to start telling things, everything that I know. On your show the other day, he said he's snitching off everybody. He's bringing Bloomer information in. So when you talk about bringing stuff to the forefront, if you're called in, wouldn't you think the conspiracy question could be brought into that when you're talking about, well, I'm just going to tell what we've been talking about behind the scenes or what's been said behind the scenes. It just opens us up to say, now, so was this really a conspiracy? Has things been going on behind the scenes to really get money out of Jakes? Now you're willing to come out and tell it? Because we know we've been looking for evidence for a while from Larry, and nothing has been produced against Bishop Jakes.
Okay, so two things there. Okay, because I did watch your after show, and I'm glad that I did because I took my notes accordingly. And I did hear the sentiment that, you know, people should run. You know, George Bloomer, Larry is not your friend. Run, run, run. He's about to run and ring the town bell. Get out of there, George Bloomer. But here's what you guys conveniently leave out. And it's weird that y'all leave it out because y'all are so good at quoting Dr. Reid and so good at reminding him of what he said and didn't say. But y'all did not remember that Larry has always branded himself and have always publicly declared, I record phone calls and I'm going to tell the truth. He said that about his own family, his wife, his children. He said, if you're in my life, I'm going to tell the truth. So nobody is a victim around Larry. George isn't a victim. Manasseh isn't. Everybody knows that if Larry has to tell the truth, he's going to tell the truth. So everybody who's dealing with Larry is dealing with him based upon that notion and that truth. He's not. What
do you think about that, though, Conscious? Is that ethical to you, or is it just someone protecting themselves? When you have all of your people that have confided in you, they have told you things, and when the rubber may meet the road, you're ready to just tell everything that they've told you or everything that you know. What is your thoughts on that?
Well, I understand the context of that sentiment. The context is, I'm a trustworthy person. Yes, I'm a safe space, but I'm not going down with nobody and for no foolishness. And if I have to be asked as a person of integrity to tell the truth, I'm going to do that. And a relationship to you is not going to spare you of me aligning with truth before I'm aligned with you. And to be honest, I'm the very same way. I have more of an allegiance to the truth and the facts than I do to people. And that may make some things sticky if there comes an opportunity where the truth may have to be said, such as in this case, right? We're talking about Larry having to tell the truth under oath. So even by oath, he has to tell the truth. It's not like, I mean, I'm sure you guys would crucify him if he got on the stand and protected George Bloomer or protected the truth, right? Y'all would want him to take that stand under oath with his hand on that Bible before the good God y'all say we all should be praising and aligning with and tell the truth, correct?
But my only thing with that, Conscious, is that he's always said that he's a journalist and he can get on the stand, and he will get on the stand and not reveal any sources. And to come out the other day on your program and say he's ready to tell it all and snitch on everybody, that's just a double talk in there, in my opinion.
It could be
because I remember you charged me with that. You were like, well, they're not going to get anything because he can get on the stand and do privilege and say I'm a journalist and I don't have to reveal my sources. Because I remember me and you had that conversation, but on the other day he was like, no, I'm telling it all and I'm telling on everybody. So that just kind of negates what he said about being a journalist and not revealing his sources.
Well, it can be seen as Larry negating and being double-minded, or it could be seen as him changing his mind, which I think we all have a right to do. I think we all have a right to decide, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this instead. And we all have changed our mind about plenty of things, about plenty of people, about plenty of circumstances and situations. I think, and we both know this as public figures and people who are in the space, that we get held sometimes to an unrealistic standard. For some reason, the supporters and the viewers feel they can change their mind. They can go back and forth. They can go in and out. They can go from supporting this person to not supporting this person, not supporting this person to supporting this person. They can do all that. But you and I and Larry and everyone else, we have to stay fixed. We don't get to change our minds, because if we do, oh, God forbid, we're being hypocritical now. We're being lousy. We are double talking. And because I'm a content creator too, I'm able to be reasonable about those type of changes and understand. And I don't think Larry gets to be pigeon-held to any standard that I wouldn't want to be held to either. I want to be able to change my mind, and I do change my mind.
But do you think that maybe the change of mind is because where this case seems to be going?
No, because as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know, Larry has always said he's going to tell it all if he gets called to speak on both ends. If Dwayne called him in, if Jake's called him in, and everybody in the situation knows that. George Bloomer knows that Larry is going to tell it, and George is fine with that. Nobody has an issue with that, but the viewers, the people actually in the situation, are not even bothered by that, because they understand and they get it. They don't want Larry to lie either, understand. You know, you can be quiet personally, that's fine, but of course, this is the law. Yeah, it's legal, it's under oath, and everybody has an obligation to tell the truth. So in this context of the court and the law, no, there's not anything wrong with Larry, in my opinion, being willing to tell it all, to tell whatever's asked of him, whatever inquired of him, and I would do the very same thing.
I remember one time you mentioned that you had also seen like some receipts of something damning to Bishop Jakes, maybe a payoff or something like that. Now, you said you saw it. Is this because we've never seen any proof, any receipts from Larry in regards to Bishop Jake? That whole Eddie Long picture thing with Manasseh, that really, to my opinion, wasn't the proof of anything. But if you were able to see it, why was nothing ever produced? So is that something that he may be willing to produce in court if asked?
Yeah. Because here is the gag. And if Larry is subpoenaed and or just brought into this case as a co-defendant, as a plaintiff, you guys are actually going to see how much Larry has actually protected Jakes. Everything that could be made content out of wasn't made content out of. Everything that could have been a headline has not been a headline. And yes, I am aware of some things that definitely would have been.
Would it have been further defaming, or would it actually have been something provable? Not a miskiss, not a hug. Would it have been provable?
There are things that they still might. Why do y'all have never thought about this? Because it's kind of all happening in front of y'all.
Yeah.
Are y'all not paying attention to the fact that Larry literally is opening his arms to this lawsuit?
Oh no, he's saying, "Come unto me, all ye who heavy laden."
So what does that tell y'all then? If Larry is not sitting here, to Pam's point, shutting up, if to some of the critics' point, Larry is not shutting up, why you never ask yourself the critical question? Why then is he not shutting up?
But has he thought about all these supposed receipts that he has? Is any of that going to be admissible in court? You can say whatever you want to say. That doesn't mean your recorded phone calls, which I don't know if it was a two-party state or not, and all that. other document that these things may not even be admissible in court,
But that
regardless
also
of what you have.
But that
And,
also, St. James,
and looking at these Jakes, go ahead.
But that also, St. James, largely depends on what Jakes is trying to hold Larry accountable for. We don't know whether he's going to hold Larry accountable for defamation per se, whether he's going to hold Larry accountable for just allegedly being a part of some conspiratorial cabal. Like, we don't know. So we don't even know what the context of Larry being brought into the case would really be, first and foremost, to even know then to have that conversation about, okay, now what? Is Larry going to be in a situation where his receipts will matter, or will Jakes only isolate Larry in terms of a attempt to say, I believe that he, Duane, and Blackburn brought this against me in a attempt to shake me down for money?
Well, I think that's his focal point. I think that's his focal point.
And if that's the case, then Larry's receipts not going to matter, because that's not about that. That's about Larry.
And that's one thing. That's some commentary that I was trying to say the other day. We can talk about a lot of things, a lot of old issues, a lot of this with Jakes and Manat and all that other stuff. But I think we're leaving out the main thing. The main thing in this particular lawsuit is a $6 million demand after, in Jakes' eyes, defamation and slander was put on the table. So we want to go to other things in regards to, even with Bloomer and fixers and all that. We can say all that all day long. That has nothing to do with this case, in my opinion. And I think the team that TD Jakes has, Conscious, would eat all that alive. All of it will be eaten alive.
Look, if you ask me, I think, while to your point, TD Jakes' team is doing the damn thing as far as I disagree with the Larry. Well, even Larry now has had to acquiesce after I have helped him to realize some of the things that are going on in the case, that the ball is definitely in Jake's court, and this thing has gone off the rails, and he has had to openly kind of
when he showed up the other day, that sealed it for me. TD Jakes is trying to win this case, and he means business.
Absolutely.
And he's going to go after Duane and everyone else he feels is associated with this entire slander, defamation, extortion, conspiracy issue.
Once again, he's doing, it's been an iconic ass whipping.
Oh, yes.
TD Jakes turned Dwayne Youngblood and Tyrone's body into a trampoline and have been bouncing up and down.
But Tyrone delivered it to him on a silver platter.
Okay, well then, to that point too, both the defendant and the attorney have walked into all the punches as well, easily and willingly.
Here you go. You sanction me. Do whatever you want to me.
Jakes said you've been busting the sweat yet, right? So
no,
that's there. But here's maybe where I deviate a little bit, because for me, I don't care whether the win sometimes is in support of Larry, or whether the win is sometimes in support of Duane, or whether the win is sometimes in support of Jakes, because I'm not invested to that degree. I'm just really following the case and following the information. Right. But all of the critiques about Duane and Tyrone, I also can see the play on Jake's side. And the judge vehemently told him in her response to his early discovery that I'm not going to open up early discovery. It seems like you're convinced that Dr. Reid is a co-defendant. You need to go ahead and put his ass down as a co-defendant, because we're not going to let you use the courts to build a case. If you have a case, then just present your case, and you either will lose or win that case or not. So Because
I think they were testing that judge.
And I want to emphasize this because, see, you tried to play that down. Oh, it's early on.
And it was early. It was early. I mean, I think they were testing out the judge to see.
But I'm gonna come back to that, St. James. The reason why I gotta call cap on that, right, is because Jakes and his team went out of the way in that early discovery to stress how it is important that they get an early discovery right now, because they did not believe that any of the defendants or hypothetical co-conspirators had enough integrity to preserve any of the receipts and evidence that they think may help solidify their claims against Dr. Reid and Tyrone. So because the stakes were that high, this was the opportunity for whatever they had in this non-invisible back pocket. Y'all keep saying, oh, Jake's got stuff. They got stuff. His team got stuff. That literally was the space, the time, and the appropriate legal opportunity for them to throw their best shot at the judge. Because to Jake's point, I know and believe that these people are going to start deleting. They're going to start squashing. They're going to start throwing away shit. They're going to start moving to the moon. They're going to be doing everything under the sun. Judge, I need this early discovery right now. And guess what? They presented nothing but suspicion.
And what has happened since?
And what has happened since is Larry has stayed clear of that co-defendant filing. that is what has, and those are just the facts. Nobody can be mad at me. Look, these are the filings. This is the case, and the question has to be, then why hasn't Jake? Since Jake still has yet to lay Larry's name in that co-defendant slot.
Let me tell you this. I think this past hearing with Tyrone Blackburn is part of the chess move. I think getting him off of the case as his attorney, getting him beyond the whole privilege thing, because in my opinion, they want Tyrone Blackburn as well. And he has been presenting and putting this into their hands just by his other cases that the judge seems to be very aware of.
Very.
So, and she just named those. She didn't name the other cases where he's been accused of fudging demand letters. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Josh. Hey, everybody. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, she named about his grievances and thing. Just wait until they get into the part where fudging and lying and defaming and a conspiracy to get more money out of people. So that's what I'm saying. Of course, they're discovering the beginning. I believe, in my opinion, I believe they were trying to see if they can punk this judge or not.
And they can't. So now what?
And they can't. They can't punk this judge. This judge has been even reprimanded them the other day. We here for a fee petition hearing on Sanctions. Why ain't your fees here in the courtroom? You know, and so the judge, he reprimanded them with that as well. So I believe it's fair, and I know that discovery thing was, but I don't think it puts Larry in the clear as regards to.
I agree.
But you think so too? You think it does?
Yeah. No, I don't think he's out of the woodworks. And I said that in the interview. I said, it's clear to me Jakes don't have I do agree with that. Jakes don't got okay.
You really don't think he has anything now?
No, I don't.
I mean, let's just say this. If he didn't have nothing on your show the other day, the way Larry was just typing and going and saying and doing, it just made it seem like he was a bit worried and was kind of like pre-litigate this thing in your chat.
Why did it come off that way?
Because it was so kind of manic, because I've never seen him just right after right after right, just keep typing and keep typing, especially about something that is really crucial at this time. And Pam was like, you know, this may end up in the lawsuit. You may not want to do that.
Pam was doing her job as an attorney. She always has to say that, okay? That's Pam. Pam was doing exactly what an attorney is supposed to do. An attorney will never be okay with a client or any potential plaintiff.
Right.
They're just never going to do that. So she was being a professional, but That's the question I actually frisbeed to you. For all of y'all who, who think Larry should be sitting down and think that Larry has been fugazi as it relates to anything he's explicitly spoken about or hinted to as it relates to Jakes, why would Larry not be shutting up? If Larry was not aware and confident in his experience, the phone calls he's been privileged to, the text messages, pictures, images, and the dynamics he's been exposed to directly and intimately, why would he not be quiet if he has something to lose? If Larry felt that way, Larry would be out of the way, and Larry is not in the business of being sued at this point in his life.
Well, let me tell you this, Conscious. I'm just going to be serious about it's that whole admissible thing. He can come out here and he can put in your chat who he can tell on, calls he's listened in on with Jakes, different things, but none of that, because what Jakes is trying to say is they set this thing up either in prison, out of prison, or both, and said, we're going to blow this up on this platform because he gets a lot of views and it'll get the reach that we want. Once that is out there, and he knows what we're going to do going forward as of the documentaries that Larry said he was going to make. He was asking for information to come in. If anybody had been, had any bad experience with Jake, send us an email so we can include it in the documentary. And shortly after that, the demand letter gets sent to Jake's. So putting these puzzles together, if people want to say that I'm Boo Boo the Fool and other people that are not kind of critically thinking about this and reading what they're notating in these documents, that whole dissertation that Jakes had did, he didn't talk about Dwayne. He talked about the damage and the slander and the defamation that him and his family has been going through for a long time, for years, from Larry, the podcaster. So he wrote it out. He wrote it out there.
Saint, and to the judge's point, slap his behind on the suit. The judge told Jakes to do that, and Jakes has not. So now I don't get to care now about all the hype and fluff that Jakes is making, because if you saying all that to still not make his ass a defendant, then I'm not dealing with that until, Jakes, you make it real. And the judge asked him to make it real. Since you think you can stand on that, and you think that's enough to stand on. But see, I know how lawyers work. I know why Jakes ain't standing on it. His lawyers have already told him, look, we're going to get into some murky territory, because, first of all, when it comes to defamation, this is a big part that people forget about defamation. Defamation is not just about saying something that's not true. Defamation is also about the intent to be malicious, which is very difficult to prove, especially when it comes to a public figure. The only reason why Cardi B run her lawsuit against Unwind with Cardi B's money is because Trasha K, to your point, is equivalent to a Duane. She walked into the punches. She admitted she didn't care. She admitted she told lies. She admitted she did it for clicks and views. And she admitted that if Cardi was hurt, she could have went and afforded to get her therapy about it. So really, Trasha gave Cardi the win. Had Tasha actually put up a fight for her First Amendment, and she actually put up a fight and deviated from the malicious intent of it all, she would have got off the same way, Saint, that those two ladies who the president of France, the first lady, got off, because that first lady sued those two defendants because they spread lies that she was a trans woman, she had been naturally born a boy, blah, 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 blah. France woman initially won her litigation, but then a smaller court overruled that verdict and said, look, this is within free speech, and these ladies were now acting within maliciousness. So while these things may be untrue, they have a right under the Constitution to hyperbolic rhetoric, and if they weren't operating within malicious intent, hey, go get you some therapy, ma'am. It's unfortunate, but you are a public figure. People can subject you to conspiracy. And if you really didn't experience any substantial loss on top of that, and these people were not being malicious, there's nothing to really see here.
Well,
So
the unfortunate part, though, Conscious, on your program, on the Conscious TV program the other day, he said that he clipped that thing for clicks and views.
mhm.
Now, he didn't apologize to Bishop Jakes, but he was very intentional when he said why he did that. He did that because he knew it would get the reach that he was looking for,
Mhm.
pretty much to
Mhm.
get that money out of that video
Mhm.
through clicks and views. So
Mhm.
when you do that and you know what it's going to do, he knew that all that other stuff that Dwayne was talking about, the preacher and in the bed and all that other stuff, that wasn't going to get him what he really wanted to get out of this interview. But Larry said the other day, that's why they took that little bit of stuff with TD Jakes, blew it up, put it on Instagram, put it on wherever else, because they knew it would get out how they wanted to get it out. So when you take that off of his own words, you have to think, was that malicious? Or was it just for clicks and views? I don't
Here-
see it as just for
here-
clicks and views.
Here's what's so funny. And look, I know some of y'all don't like the law. I know y'all don't like it because, baby, but I know and look, I know as much as y'all want his head. And look, when Larry's head is to be gotten, I will be the first one to say, hey, Larry's head has been gotten. But the truth is, doing things for a click and a view.
Why am I so low? I should be up here.
Yeah,
I got to get another chair. Go ahead.
Why you got all this space between you and the Lord?
Right.
You're doing the most
way you
high.
have it.
But the law is that, first of all, media,
and I don't know the law, so don't accuse me, y'all. Go ahead.
media is allowed a certain degree of immunity when it comes to free speech and when it comes to First Amendment. Public figures are subjected to a lot of conspiracies, which is why the majority of them don't sue. And when they do sue, a lot of times they lose, and or they end up just getting settlements from the institutions that they're suing.
Are you saying this was a conspiracy? Because you said they're subject to conspiracies.
The subject in terms of like theory, such as like people can speculate that I'm Larry's concubine. That's not really actionable. People can speculate that I'm on Larry's payroll. That's not actionable. People can speculate that he and I are boyfriends or lovers. That's not actionable. People can speculate that. People have speculated all type of things. People have speculated if I'm a sex worker, if I'm a prostitute, if I'm a professional harem bussy boy. A lot of those things are not actionable under the law. They're just not actionable. But there's another thing to this as well. It's not illegal for Larry as a content creator to make money doing what we all do. Just like,
and it's not. But can you make money off of a lie?
Okay, so
and
what was the lie?
I know we don't know.
What was the lie?
Well, and I know we don't know if the lie was proven or not.
Right.
Well, because it hasn't been proven. It has been proven. And it hasn't been, no evidence has been brought to us to say that it really happened, this hug and missed kiss. But if it's not proven and you go out and still clip it, push it out there, get the clicks and views, now he has, because of it's out there, he starts losing money. He starts losing collaborations. He starts losing influence in certain portions of finances. Is it still just, I did it just for clicks and views, or if it's clicks and views and a malicious intent?
Larry was in his legal right because he gets to make money off of Jake's name the way that you get to make money off of Larry's name.
Mm-hmm.
The way
right.
that,
right.
you know, like we all get
every
to make
other
money.
preacher. If you in the news and you in a lawsuit, St. James is probably gonna talk about it.
And we don't even have to just isolate it just to news. If we know things personally, if we've been afforded personal information, we get to reasonably, because to everybody's point, when Tasha K got sued, everything was about, well, It's not about whether you're telling a lie. You just need to put the proper disclaimer on it. You need to properly contextualize the information you're presenting. So if it's your firsthand experience, it's your firsthand experience. If you have seen this and seen that, then that's what you say. If this is through a trusted source, you say trusted source. If you say, it's just about contextualizing, because
is Dwayne a trusted source?
Well, is that what you're talking about? Because here's the thing, St. James.
I mean, and that's another level.
Here's the real thing.
Yeah.
Some of y'all are going to major in, right? What y'all think Larry has done or didn't do. Jake's team already have shown us what Larry can't be held accountable to.
They haven't showed us much yet. Did they when they accused, when they got Puffy and all that, they waited a while. They waited a while before they got Diddy.
No, but even to your point. No, but even to your point, let's just stick to all the things that got quoted. Oh, Larry said this, Larry said that, Larry was huffing it up, Larry was puffing it up, Larry was doing this, Larry was doing that, and yet Jake's team sat there and told his ass, look, even with that, we're going to get into some murky water trying to make a thing out of that, because this is going to get complicated due to you being such a hyper visible public figure, and with Larry only being supportive in a conversation about you versus anything else. That can be argued. Larry has equal opportunity to get to a exoneration. That's not enough, and Jake's team knows it. So I personally can't spend time trying to make a molehill out of a mountain when Jake's team refuses. They refuse to list Larry as a co-defendant.
I don't think they refuse. I don't think they refuse.
No, as a present day. I'm just saying as a present day.
Okay.
We
know what we're looking at, though, Conscious. Now we're looking at Dwayne talking about he know nothing. I have no clue. I see no letter. I don't know anything about asking for money. He's flipping. Now Tyrone, he's blaming Tyrone that's doing this. So there's a lot of angles going on. So I don't expect Jake's team to come out and just reveal everything that they're going to do. But I know right now it's a little contentious because Dwayne is flipping. Tyrone is being sanctioned. He was on the show, somebody showed the other day, said he's snitching off everybody. Even if they jaywalk, he's going to snitch them off. So he's not to be trusted either. And now Larry comes in the other day on your program, say he's snitching off everybody. So I don't know if he's to be trusted as well.
What he always said. But I'm glad that you walked into the Tyrone Blackburn and Dwayne thing, right? Because me and you are on the same page when it comes to Dwayne. I think Dwayne was just a horrible. I know that there's no such thing as a perfect victim, but baby, the universe really tried me by presenting Dwayne as as the one who had the Infinity Stone authority to do that. Like Dwayne, it could not have been Dwayne is just not going to be able to do that because of just him. However, what's interesting about this, right, is two things can be true at the same time. Dwayne is a piece of shit. Dwayne also could be absolutely lying, and we have enough evidence, enough circumstantial evidence to reasonably believe that because he's been lying. He's been lying throughout the entire litigation. If you lied to the judge, as far as I'm concerned, you lied to us. So
he's lying, saying he doesn't know anything about anything.
But here's the thing about the demand letter, because that's what he was specifically trying to back away from, is that I don't know anything about the $6 million thing. I had to ask Tyrone what this was. The reason why I can believe that, which it really doesn't matter, I can believe that Dwayne is lying about it equally, and I can believe that Tyrone went ahead and did it without his knowledge, because to the judge's point, we know that Tyrone does not operate with any type of legal ethics.
And Dwayne is using the internet and the stories that are on Tyrone now. Dwayne and his counsel are using that now to say that he didn't know anything about, and it kind of makes sense. They could, people gonna kind of believe it because of what we've been hearing about Tyrone. He sends letters. They were on the stand at the Diddy case, and the woman said he put things in there that did not happen, and I did not see it. So Dwayne has been looking at Tyrone's cases very closely, and Dwayne is a manipulator. He's a manipulator. And it showed in his convictions. So he knows how to manipulate. And I think he's going to try to manipulate his way out of this defamation case. But I still stand on business, Conscious, when I say that I don't think Jakes cares about Dwayne Youngblood.
Well, before we move on officially into that point, because I want to get into that too. The $6 million demand letter. Either way, they're both going to get chewed. But the reason why I'm like, Tyrone might have actually done this without consulting with him is because this is pathological for Tyrone. This is his habit. This is what he does. This is what he does in the Diddy case and previous other litigations. He is just one of those raggedy ambulance chasing, unethical attorneys. So I can believe that that Dwayne didn't know a lot. But the thing about it is, since Dwayne is arguing that, that means that Dwayne must feel like he can prove that. If that isn't true, Tyrone can actually just come back that with the facts. Judge, here's the email. Here is the text correspondence. Here is the written consent of my client that he greenlit that demand letter. So if Tyrone does not present that, if he doesn't contest what Dwayne is saying, then we know that this is just another ding on Tyrone's. And once again, because I'm not invested in whether the facts benefit anybody, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Dwayne having a small victory. I'm okay with Tyrone having because I don't care. I'm just following the case and looking at what's happened. I'm not really invested in who comes out where in the situation.
Right. Because I mean, it'll be interesting either way. I mean, it really will. But I missed something, Conscious. When Larry said he saw the top of the letter, who showed him the top of the letter?
Dwayne.
Okay.
Because remember, Larry was on Pam's platform the night that the outlets began the headline that there was a $6 million demand letter sent to TD Jakes, which made TD Jakes pull the trigger. And then everybody was trying to figure out where the hell did $6 million come from? Where did $6 million come from? Where did $6 million come from? So then while Larry was on Pam's platform, he called Dwayne and asked him, do you know anything about this demand letter? And what is this $6 million situation? Dwayne says, I don't know. I'm just hearing about that myself. So apparently he hung up and contacted Tyrone. And I guess Tyrone must have sent him a copy of the demand letter to Dwayne. And then Dwayne, based upon the way he cropped it out to send it to Larry, Larry got some type of cropped, redacted, because Larry also showed what he was sent. It got plastered up. So the whole demand letter was not there. Larry was sent some type of redacted, cropped version of the demand letter. So that's how convoluted that is.
So in essence, I mean, from what was already said, what was already said online, what Larry said, what Tyrone said, because I remember when someone said in the chat, I remember that conversation where Dwayne was online saying how they came to the 6 million.
Right.
How they came to that 6 million. But all that leads to me, Dwayne was a party of all of this, and he can't get out of it. And I think at this point, he won't be able to, even though I don't think Jakes really cares about him. So
because you think that this is really about Larry and about whomever else, not necessarily Dwayne. This is about...
No, it's definitely Dwayne is a part of it. I think he's a part of it, but I think at this juncture in how Bishop Jakes described what him and his family, he says him and his family has been going through with Larry, I think it's just, Dwayne is just a catalyst, a way of creating, this moving it all together, putting that conspiracy together, and then getting Dwayne, but ultimately getting Larry and whoever else is involved in the conspiracy. I that's my opinion. My opinion.
Now, you saw the interview. I asked Larry. I said, Larry, is there anything? I'm trying to save the screenshot of the letter Larry was sent because we saw this at the time, but I'm gonna put it back up on the screen.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I didn't have that.
I'm trying to send it to myself so I can
okay.
put it up here and all that. But remember in the interview, I asked Larry, I said, Larry, look, because obviously Larry knows Discovery being open, and he also knows it's possible that Discovery could be open when they finally get to that, when the case gets to that. I said, Larry, is there anything in your exchange, your communications via text, via FaceTime, via email, via DM, via anything? Is there anything amongst you, Dwayne, and Tyrone that can make it look like you were a part of some conspiracy to get money out of Jake's? Larry said no.
Well, I don't expect him to say yes.
No, it's not even just about saying yes. To y'all's point, right? Larry also not shutting up because Larry's literally not running from anything. If they want to clone the phone, if they want to pull him in, he said, pull me in. So it's not even just about, well, he doesn't have enough integrity to say he will. He's literally not shutting up, and he's letting it be known, I'm okay with Jake's pulling me into this because I know what I've done. I know what conversation has and hadn't been had. I know what the hell is and ain't there. And I don't have a problem standing up now. Whether Dwayne and Tyrone can argue their parts is going to be on them. But Larry is asserting that he is clear, that he ain't got a thing to worry about. And guess what? I have to say, because his name ain't been filed, Jake's know it, and the attorneys know it as well.
You have been very close to Larry.
Yes.
Do you feel that Larry is one of the most honest people that you have ever encountered in your life closely? And I'm serious. I really want to know.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. You said, do I feel that Larry is one of the most honest people?
One of the most honest person who operates in celebratory integrity, that you would put your neck out on the line.
Let me tell you this. Let me look me in my real hazily eyes today.
Okay. They hazel?
Okay. Well, are they? Okay.
I don't know.
They're shining bright, baby.
They bright.
Listen to me well. In all of the 7 going on 8 years of very, very close friendship. I mean, Larry essentially is like family. He gets on my nerve. I have to put him down sometimes. I have to let him go. You get on my nerve. But let me tell you something. In all 7.5 years, Larry has never, ever lied to my ass about somebody else. Everything Larry has ever shared with me and talked to me about, anything that's ever come up about other people, baby, cleared. Larry has never lied to me about other people.
That's an interesting caveat.
You asked me a question. Okay. Has Larry ever do what I say?
No, I said just in general. I didn't put a caveat on.
We don't got to be general, right? Because we talking about other people. We talking about Larry and his relationship to Tyrone, Larry, his relationship to Dwayne, Larry, his relationship to. So this is very relationship based, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Larry has never, ever lied to me about other people. And things that I am personally aware of, I have seen. I'm not saying Jake's exclusively. I'm saying, period. The things that I have been privy to were backed up by more than just Larry's mouth.
Has he lied to other people about you? that you know of?
Lied to, not that I'm aware, lied to other people. Hold on, lied to other people.
Like told something false about you to someone else to make you look a certain way in their eyes that wasn't the truth.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not personally aware of Larry lying on me to someone else. I'm not aware of that now.
And the only reason I really don't ask to be shady, even though they say I'm shady, but I really wanted to get a sense of, because you will go to bat for Larry, and I really don't have a problem with that.
Nope. Y'all's perception is that, and I'm okay with that being y'all truth, because perception is reality, and it's just gonna look how it's gonna look. Just like there are people who believe that you hate Larry no matter what you say, no matter how much you don't
exactly.
So I can get into arguing away that point. People want to see it that way. I'm fine with that. But even Larry has told y'all, CTV is not loyal to me. CTV is loyal to the truth. And that's why I can tell it both ways. That's why when it's time to stand on Larry's neck, I can stand on his neck. I can hold Larry accountable too. And then I get made the bad guy when I'm putting my foot on Larry's neck as well, which I'm cool with, because I'm living in the truth I've always attested to, which is that I'm not loyal. I'm not more loyal to people than I am to the truth. So wherever the pendulum needs to swing is wherever it can swing as for me. Now, if the truth benefits Larry, that's cool. If it don't benefit him, cool. That's about the truth. That ain't got nothing to do with me. So I don't so-called defend Larry. And let's really talk about it, because I'm really glad that you brought this up, because you're speaking for a lot of people, because I've had to deal with this since my very public friendship with Larry. And the thing that people constantly forget about CTV is that CTV ain't never said a motherfucking thing in support of Larry that wasn't backed up by the facts. And let's talk about some of those facts. Okay? Let's talk about the fact that people ran a HIV/AIDS conspiracy and campaign against Dr. Reid for years. A conspiracy that's still alive and well today. I have plastered several different HIV tests of Dr. Reid on my platform that shows that Dr. Reid is indeed HIV negative. Okay, several different receipts, several different swabs, blood work, needle, baby. They done turned Larry Reid asked everyone to be able to look at the doctor's office to get to the bottom, to get to the bottom of his blood work. Okay, I did that. Now, obviously, several different notarized, signed, and sealed HIV medical tests is not simply Larry's word. Those are literally facts and medical documents. And yet people will still get their flimsy, goofy, wide throat ass out here and just make a blanketed statement that CTV just capes. Oh, and I'm fine with that. Say I cape, but say I cape with receipts. Let's talk about the other receipts, okay? Let's talk about Levantre. Let's talk about an individual who initially came forward, okay, wanted to be anonymous, had to be forced to be brought into the naked truth of the light to tell his story, and then was willing to go and tell his story to 3 different content creators, but refused to tell that story to a judge and an attorney when Larry decided to sue him and give Levantre the opportunity to do something about those claims in a meaningful way. Let's talk about the facts. And I have whole compilations on my Instagram page. Let's talk about the fact that Levantre changed his age 3 different times in 3 different interviews. Let's talk about him literally removing experiences and then adding more shit to those experiences. Let's talk about the fake ass half-baked police report he made where he chronicled things happening at a home that wasn't even built at the time, that he chronicled them on a legal document. Let's talk about all the people that Larry brought into his Patreon who lived with Larry and Levantre, from Latrice to Shamak, all these people, Minister Joshua. There was a whole congregation in Larry's Patreon to address Levante, do you think any of that tea, any of those experiences were highlighted and trending? No, it was just all about the salacious headlines of what Levante did. Let's talk about the fact that Levante was so adamant about Larry doing this and Larry is an abuser, blah, blah, blah. He need to be held accountable. And then when Larry put that lawsuit on his ass, not only did Levante lie about living in Atlanta when he really domiciled in North Carolina, which was proven, but Levante also and his entire family, including his big cooking arm ass mammy, moved out of the house, St. James. They ran so bad from Larry, they vacated their home, the same wooden box they allowed Unwound with Tasha K to interview Levante and his mama is. Now, I think all of that begs some critical thinking, but that critical thinking never happens. Nobody ever cares about what the other side has to say in their defense and what the other side has to say in honor of themselves, whether it's their personal account, whether it's HIV receipts, whether it's anybody. Let's go back to the HIV shit. As soon as Larry presented just one medical document, not to mention several, you know what the next logical, critical conversation should have been was, we got to go back to the mother who said that Larry gave him this, because now you got to explain why you got HIV and Larry don't. Now you got to explain that. You made the claim. You made the critical assertion that this man gave you HIV that you've been living with for the last 8 years. And now his documents and his blood work is clear of HIV while yours is not. And I don't want to hear this dumbass non-medical rebuttal that, oh, they have medicine now. They have medicine, CTV. They have HIV/AIDS medicine now that can make people undetectable. Let me tell you something, dumbass. The HIV test is for HIV antibodies, not viral loads, which is what the medicine lowers. The medicine lowers your viral load, not the HIV antibodies in an HIV positive person. That's why a person who is HIV positive but undetectable will still test positive no matter how low their viral load are and no matter how undetectable they are. They still have HIV antibodies in their blood, and their positive test is going to be positive every single time. And the fact that people claim that they're so intelligent, oh, I'm college educated, oh, I'm a nurse, oh, I'm a doctor, you a big dummy. You're dumb and you're stupid and you're spreading medical misinformation, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And then but
the thing about that, Conscious, though, see,
where did the pendulum goes?
I never talked about that.
Swings back to the other side. Say, okay, Larry threw his shit, girl. Y'all, okay, what y'all?
What that means? You say point of order, point of order.
right, come with it, because baby, y'all gotta make y'all the ones who gotta make it make sense.
Okay, going back to my question, and my question wasn't. It was about what your thoughts was, and I've heard that before, Conscious. I understand it. I never really I didn't talk about that on my program because I believe people's medical issues should never be talked about on the internet. But my issue was, I asked the question about the honesty because I related to, in my mind, of a lot of the things that I've heard out of my own ears that Larry has said and have come back and said he didn't say it, or come back and kind of twist the narrative as to he didn't mean it that way or whatever. So that's what I was saying about the honesty, because I know there's a lot of things that were said. There were some things that were said. Even when we go back to Manasseh and stuff, he's going to be filing this and this is going to be happening and that. And then we never got anything that came out. The other day he said that, in the beginning, he said that Jake's people called him, offered him $500,000. Now there's an allegedly on there, and it's a person maybe 10 times removed. I'm not sure of Jake. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about those things right there are major, I believe. When they talk about HIV and all that stuff, that's major. What I'm talking about is the things that we've been listening to, Conscious, that we have to consider we have to put some consideration to it, which leads us to believe, what can we believe that he says that we can 100% say, listen, I'm with you? Huh?
I said, that's up to y'all. But the thing about it is, right? Because here's where it gets convoluted, St. James. But before hold on to what you're saying, because I want to respond to that. But I want to be clear too.
I didn't see that. I didn't see it.
The reason why I said all that I said is because I was speaking to the sentiment that I go to back for Larry. I go to back.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I go to back for the truth. Yeah. Okay. And I
don't want you to have to get all that deeper, but I do understand. I understand it. And
but I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking because I kind of use you as a catalyst to speak to the larger pool of people who say that, which I don't have a problem with. Just remember, baby, I cape with the truth. I cape with receipts. Y'all cape with suspicion and narratives. Now, let's get to, but before we move on to that, I want to also show something here. Okay. Because I don't know what McWig, Bartholomew III, saying that I have HIV has to do with what the fuck I'm saying, because just like y'all didn't specialize in the HIV test that I presented of myself, I don't even know why y'all are even asking me about what McCrae said about me, because he definitely said it.
Can we just consider the source?
No. Oh no.
I mean,
I've been waiting all my life.
Oh my goodness.
I've been waiting all my life.
Consider the source,
baby.
I really do.
Okay, you say consider the source?
Yeah.
Consider the source. Okay. So then if because these people who saying that ain't the conscious crew. So I want to, for one, present this. You guys thumbs up in the video. And this is my show. Never forget that. Okay.
Right.
This is the source for one. That's the source for one. Get a good hard look at
God.
For one.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Let's talk about the source for one. Let's do that. Okay. This here would be the source. The individual who decided to say I was positive when they were talking about Vincent Terrell Hill. Okay. Now let's talk about what took place 3 days after the source said that about the King. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how, ironically and conveniently, the King had a doctor's appointment 3 days after McCrae made those claims about me. And guess what I had my doctors do? St. James, guess what I had my doctors do? Oh, I just had them run my HIV blood work. That's all. That's all I had my doctor do. And guess what? Instead of me giving them paperwork, baby, I went right into my chart. Okay, the only space my doctors control, the medical space that's only in control of my doctors, baby. Okay, nothing can be redacted, nothing can be photoshopped, nothing can be anything. And here it is from my doctors. Not only am I HIV negative, as you can see here, non-reactive HIV negative at the big badam, but baby, my overall health is as beautiful and gorgeous as my outside is, baby. Cholesterol in check, electrolytes in check, kidney function in motherfucking check. Don't need to make no motherfucking changes to the beauty that exudes from within and without. And now what I want these hoes to do is, bitch, show the needle that was to your skin, McWig. Because see, we know why some of you hoes are scared of a needle and scared of a doctor. Some of us don't have no problem getting blood drawn. Some of us don't have no problem having a primary. Some of us don't have those issues, okay? I'm still waiting for Trasher K, McWig, and the saddest blogger to all run their blood work. Because I'm the only one. Me and Larry are the only one who's ran our blood work. Child.
I don't know why y'all did it. I would have never did it.
Because child. Yeah, I love you child ass people, honey. Because see, y'all don't like when the get to advocating. Y'all like y'all conspiracies. You like your narratives. And I love that for you. I love how the receipts and the facts eat some of you hoes up alive like kryptonite. I love how it manifests as an acid.
Listen, and I could appreciate that. You produce some receipts.
Because because see, over here, we're the receipt crew. Over here, we're the receipt crew. I can't speak to any other space and content creators. Over here, we make big noise over receipts. Over here, that's what we do at Content TV platform. Okay, see, that's why I ain't got to go to suing nobody, bitch, because the facts are going to facts on my behalf. Sue for what? When the truth is going to truth. So now that we're done with that, back to what you were saying, St. James.
Let me make sure I ask the right question next time.
You do that. You do that,
Jesus.
baby.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You're doing well, St. James.
Oh, my goodness. So, listen. My goodness.
Andy.
Don't
worry, me and you good, St. James. Okay, this is for the thems and the days.
I understand it, but I mean, I get a lot of flack because people don't.
For that crew.
Yeah. My. So and I think some people, even Larry himself, he really feels that I'm on the hate Larry train, and I, allow people on my platform that just talk about him and hate him and that kind of thing. And that puts me in a place where, and it's not that at all. It's just that I was a listener and supporter of Larry Reid for a number of years. And I still listen when there's something that I feel that's interesting. I will go over and like any other platform. But in this particular case, the way it's being presented to us, I see where it may be going. And that's where my thought pattern is, Conscience. It's really not against Larry. And what I was saying, that's why I asked the question about the honesty and about some other things, because I know there's some things that were said that really didn't come to fruition, or they were different later on. It was changed later on. So it just threw me for a loop.
Let me ask you a question then, because Larry did say in the interview yesterday, he says, look, and I think we all do this. I mean, even I do it. I see that you do it, like as content creators, when we go to do this here in front of the camera, sometimes we're not thinking about a court, or we're not thinking like we're not thinking in the context of like all the ways in which our words could be spun. So sometimes we speak in a very comfortable way, in a very colorful way. Sometimes we don't initially clarify, because most of the time we're before our audience a pillow talking, so we're very loose when it comes to language, which can end up being dangerous because things get conflated. Because things get conflated, etc. So Larry, and I want to ask you what you think about that. Larry said that yes, I have said things like Jake's fixers, and I may not have qualified that in the same sentence, but a lot of times in the same live, if you just listen 5 minutes later, I qualified, or I may come back the next day and qualify it. But the people don't major in the qualification. They only major in the sound bites that support their narrative. So, I
think in this context, though, when we're talking about, and we've heard Larry say in the past that Jakes has paid off people. So when you use a fixer in that context, this is what our minds are turned to. We're not turned to where the fixer may mean they just went in and tried to cultivate the situation so it wouldn't blow up, But when you say in the context of he's paid people off, and then you say a fixer or George Bloomer is a fixer, We're not thinking George Bloomer is coming in and being that nice little that paraclete, that mediator type. We're thinking he coming in and say, listen, he say if you give him 25,000 of her, then he'll drop it. In our minds, that's what the fixer is saying. But if he wants to come back now and say, well, I meant it in a more kind of negotiating, non-threatening way, that's fine. But we're talking about the context of it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I think that
I have told Larry as well, you have to be very intentional. Now, this is the more appropriate way for Larry to make that statement.
Mm-hmm.
Alleged fixers of Jake's have contacted me, people who claim to be affiliated with Jake's have contacted me, because there is there's a semantical issue with the statement Jake's fixer uppers have contacted me, because on one hand you're implying that there are fixer uppers, and then within that same sentence it implies that Jake's is directly aware of the fixing. Jake's is offering the fixing. If that's not true, then that would be an inappropriate way to speak to whatever the situation is. Now, he has gone back and now clarified and qualified, which he said he's done. And I highly doubt that there's anybody here who watches every single live stream that Larry does, because to a lot of people's point, even to your viewers, they've been checked out a long time ago. So they don't even now know what Larry has qualified and not qualified over and over and over again on his own platform, since they're even saying they don't watch anymore, they don't pay attention, they pulled out of Patreon, they're not subscribed anymore, they haven't watched him in months and years, etc. So, that's either here nor there, whether Larry has qualified or not qualified, but he did qualify last night. And you want to know another thing that people are not going to like about Larry qualifying? You know what a lot of people are not going to like? Is the fact that, first of all, Jakes refuses to put Larry as a co-conspirator. So that tells me a lot about what Larry ain't guilty of, no matter how much we get out here and turn to the
we early in this lawsuit.
We ain't that early. We ain't that damn early now. Okay? It's about what
we haven't even got to. We can't get the attorneys together. The attorneys getting sanctioned. We didn't think about the defendant.
It's been a long time.
We still with the attorney.
It's been long, Jay. It's been long. Look, I ultimately agree. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Jake's with the fat lady in this case.
She ain't even warmed up her throat.
No, she don't warmed it up.
I don't think, not yet.
It's warm. She knows what it's like to be swallowed up. She warm, baby.
Yeah.
But I want to. But here is the thing about Larry qualifying. And look, people don't gotta like it. People, I ain't here to make people feel better about nothing, baby. Because baby, you're probably gonna lose your mind dealing with me. What the truth is it's, and I don't know whether this is intentional on last part or not. I mean, it would be considering the circumstances, but even Larry qualifying is good for any potential case Jake thinks he's about to make against Larry, because he's literally disproving maliciousness. He's disproving it. He's disproving how qualified.
He's saying, you're saying he's not proving malicious?
Yeah, he's disproving the malicious intent that would be necessary.
But my issue is with that, though. Now he is rephrasing, putting some different context or a different.
That's according to you, though, but that's not according to
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the lawsuit has already been dropped in that aspect, and what they thought the conspiracy is, what they're gathering to even get to that point. But now Larry is coming out and saying, well, the fixer was like this, I meant to like that, and it was an alleged person from Jake's camp. And so he's saying some different qualifying things now. But does that have any basis? Does it have any legs to stand on after the lawsuit has already been filed and the evidence have already been downloaded?
But here is the thing.
It's like Dwayne said, I didn't see anything. Negro, the letter's in. You can't say, and your name is on it. You can't now say you didn't know nothing about it.
Oh, so are you talking about Larry or talking about Dwayne?
I'm talking about the whole situation. I said Larry can't change the meaning of what he thought or what he meant to say or how he meant to relay it. And Dwayne can't come back and say that he didn't see a letter. I think it's the same thing. Everybody is trying to change a narrative now that the rubber has met the road.
Okay, so let's come to, because the scriptures say come together and reason together.
Okay.
Because you also just acknowledged with a head nod the truth that I also just said, which is that most people, Larry said he has qualified it in the past, and he's definitely qualifying it now. So it's now been officially qualified, but Larry has said he has qualified this in the past. Now, you agree that it would be hard for you and anybody else to say that he factually has not, because a lot of y'all also admit y'all don't watch every live stream, y'all don't tune in to every Larry Reid show, and a lot of people who support your platform don't watch Larry at all at this point, so they wouldn't even know whether Larry has been qualifying or not qualifying. That's just what you personally believe, but you also are acknowledging that you don't watch everything and you don't tune into everything, so you can't factually chronicle everything that has and hasn't come out of his mouth either. But Larry is saying he has qualified. He has now officially qualified it again on my platform. So with you knowing that you don't watch everything, a lot of your viewers don't watch everything that Larry does, what do you say then to that? Because your whole premise here is, well, he's now, but you also acknowledge, well, we don't know if he has or hasn't, because a lot of us don't watch every damn thing and a lot of us don't watch them at all. So then to that truth, for all y'all know, Larry has qualified in the past. Y'all just wasn't there for the qualification.
Oh yeah, like I said, I can't. I mean, and a good attorney would ask that question: did you see every video? Did you? And my answer would be no.
And look, as much as people may like to play on Larry's head, talk about the receipts and all of that, Larry is saying everything that he can transcribe and present to that courts. And this is the thing. Y'all. Jakes knows it. That's why Jakes ain't pulled that trigger yet. Not to say he won't, but baby, he already tried to pull that trigger and had an opportunity to show us his hand, and his hand was nothing more than suspicion. They have already transcribed the shit out of Larry, and they can't even use what they've transcribed, what they've cited several times now in these filings as enough to qualify Larry as a co-defendant. So we already know that the things, at least they've already tried to use, are not usable. Where's it going to go with this? I don't know.
Do we know why? Speaking of that and qualifying and proof and all that, because I know the affidavits were supposed to look a little bit better than they looked when they were presented to the court. Oh, that's the top of the letter. Okay.
Yes.
And I know I have the letter somewhere, but I couldn't go through the files and find it. So that's the top of the letter that Larry saw.
So this is what was sent to Larry from Duane. So as we can see here, the first paragraph, but there's a whole nother paragraph at the bottom that has been clipped. So this is what was sent to Larry, and this heading did not mention anything about any money per se. Now, I don't know whether Duane...
Yes, it did. It's that at the bottom. It says, the demand is $6 million. And demand is negotiable.
Right. So this was Duane responding to Larry saying, do you know anything about this $6 million demand letter?
Why would he ask Larry about that when his attorney is Tyrone?
No, Larry was on Pam's platform and had asked Duane, do he know? Because remember, that's when everything was trending, that Jakes was, there was an attempt shakedown on Jakes for $6 million by accusing Duane. Nobody knew where $6 million came from. And the articles never referenced where this number came from. So everybody's like, where did he get $6 million? Where are these articles getting $6 million? So while Larry was on Pam's platform, he called Duane, and Duane claimed, I don't know nothing about $6 million. I need to contact Tyrone. So he contacted Tyrone And then he's claiming that's when he found out that Tyrone had put this in the demand letter, and he sent this part of the demand letter to Larry. So Larry is saying he did not know anything about the damn demand letter or 6 million. He had to ask Dwayne. Dwayne is claiming he didn't know shit about the demand letter. He had to ask his attorney, and now it's all on Tyrone Blackburn to either say that's the truth or not the truth. Right now, he has yet to say Dwayne is lying or Larry is lying, but Larry is also not even a litigant, so it's not even, so Larry still is really irrelevant in this litigation. But Tyrone has.
Let's go back real quick. So let me get this timeline together. So you're saying that Blackburn sent this to Larry and said, "What's up with this $6 million?"
No. Dwayne sent this to Larry. Larry contacted Dwayne on Pam's platform because Pam was also trying to figure out where did they get 6 million from. Larry was like, I don't know where the hell they got 6 million from, but the blogs were saying it because I had reported on it as well. I was live that night as well, and we didn't know where the 6 million came from. So what Larry decided to do on Pam's platform is to call Dwayne and ask him, do you know anything about this 6 million? According to Larry, Dwayne said he had no idea what the hell the blogs were talking about. They had to have been making a mistake because he never talked to Tyrone about a $6 million settlement. And so I guess Dwayne contacted Tyrone. Tyrone then sent Dwayne the actual demand letter. And then this is what Dwayne sent to Larry. And this was after the news had broke that there was a $6 million demand letter sent. So Larry is saying he didn't know about this. Dwayne is saying he didn't know shit about this. And Tyrone apparently went ahead and initiated this and sent this, which to our conversation earlier, right? I mean, I don't have a problem believing that because we know that Tyrone ain't shit. We know that he is unethical and he's an ambulance chaser. He sensationalizes claims. He tries to take shortcuts. Hell, he's in a whole disciplinary hearing in Jake's case for using what the judge calls artificial hallucinations and using Chat GPT. So either Dwayne is telling the truth or not telling the truth. And let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say hypothetically, Larry is lying. Larry knew they were gonna, shake him down. The other issue with that is Larry still is not a damn defendant, so it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter until it's going to matter. Right now,
so let me ask you this: if Larry did know before the letter was sent, do you consider that, in your opinion, would that be that he was a part of the conspiracy?
Or would it just be because being a part of a conspiracy is not just simply being aware. You have to actively. Oh, hold on. Levantre, no. Levantre had an opportunity to talk to me when we was running down on his ass with receipts when it mattered. Okay.
No, this is not about Levantre. I am human first. This is not about Levantre and Larry.
But let's speak to it.
See, I am here first. Go to your platform and ask them questions.
Move on out the way, St. James. I got this. Move on out the way, Sugar Daddy. Okay,
you ain't got none of my monopoly.
Yeah, baby. Because I see the plays. See, I see the plays that are playing here. Okay, for one, I don't see. I love how when Levantre knew when it mattered not to hit my platform. Okay, when the block was actually hot and Larry was after that ass, he knew to be in front of Tasha K, he knew to be in front of the Bling Bling Bishop, and he knew to be in front of that pleather-faced cryptoid over there in Ohio who's broke and dying of cardiovascular disease. That's what he knew to do. Now that you think you in the clear, and now that nobody gives up, okay, what I want you to do is not be ready to talk to me for $10. Go down there and talk to that goddamn judge who ruled that you slandered and defamed Larry, because Larry needed that from you. Larry needed you to go talk to that judge, baby, okay? I don't care about your little social media campaigns when you were given a real life opportunity to put Larry ass behind bars and to get you a nice little payout and to prove your plight against the man that you said abused you, you ain't had a word for me. You ain't had a click interview for me. You wasn't comfortable and confident, baby, hitting this motherfucking link like you hit everybody else's link. So now that your ass is off the docket and you and your masculine mustache wearing ass wife done evaded that process server, okay, and you and your big arm cooking ass mammy done moved up out of that house and out of that estate to avoid that legal consequence. You ain't got nothing to say to me, darling. Okay, nothing, baby. You need to go talk to someone who can do something about the abuse you claimed. You for $10, I am human first. Submit that to Levantre's legal funding. For $10, I am human first. Submit that, okay, to his legal fund, darling. Okay, I can bring him up because he made himself content and it was relevant to some of you who were in the chat talking about I cape for Larry, which I said I'm okay with, long as you remember, baby, I cape with the receipts that Levantre knew wasn't gonna hold up in front of a federal judge when Larry sued the shit out of his ass. And matter of fact, bitch, you owe Larry $10. Baby, there was a monetary judgment on that sentiment from the judge, baby. Run Larry his coin, girl. I am human first. What is Dr. Reed's cash
Who
app?
got $1? It seemed like somebody got.
You owe Larry $100 to be. Let me give you
100. I thought it was something really low. Yeah.
It was really low, yeah, because it was 10. Okay.
Was it $10?
$ Larry Reid on Cash App. I am human first. Okay, run Larry his coin and go tell Levantre to talk to me after he go talk to a judge, since he needed all that smoke from Larry. Bitch, you ain't got nothing to say to me, ho. When it would have mattered for you to be here, you didn't want to be here. So now that everything done concluded in rest, baby, go and get your wife's mustache shaved off her face. Moving on.
Levantre, I am a guest on CTV's channel, so it's not about me dropping a link. I don't have a link to drop you, and this ain't about that. But, you know, Conscience can say and do whatever the hell he wants.
And will. Go talk.
I'm just a guest.
Go talk to Vincent. Go cry your tears, Levantre, okay? You didn't want to talk to an attorney. You didn't want to talk to the courts of North Carolina. You didn't want to talk to a federal judge. You didn't want to talk to anybody who has any authority to make you feel better about what you claim you've been through. There's nothing I can do for you, sir. The case has been adjourned, and you've been found guilty of slander. Okay? Go get your legal fund up, and you go get to rebutting what that federal judge cited against you. That's what you do. Saint?
Conscious, how much do you feel that the judge will sanction Tyrone Youngblood? What you have any amounts in your head?
All the money. Everything they don't damn got. Run it, baby. Run it, honey.
They were like, we need to really sit down and figure this one out, because I think they're gonna hit him hard. They're gonna hit him hard,
and they should. Tyrone and Dwayne have been on demon devil time, and that's why I thought it was important to ask Larry about what he thought about the direction of this case, because I felt like this is your case. You presented this case. There's some really bad things happening in this case, and I feel like your thoughts on this is important. And he had to agree for all that it's diabolical. They're wrong. Now, I don't know whether TD Jakes kissed, hug. I don't know that to be true. What I do believe is that it wasn't worthy of a public discord over. That's what I do think. And
in other words, you don't think it was a interview worthy to go on to the show and talk about that?
Richard Youngblood had a better case against TD Jakes than Dwayne did. At least according to Richard.
According to his story, it was a better story than than Dwayne.
Richard had a better leading case against
Yeah.
Jake than he did. And here's the thing. I also disagree with Dr. Reid about this being dumb. As far as I'm concerned, it's not dumb for TD Jakes to have sued his accuser because it was Tyrone and Duane who played the court games first. So
right. That's
Jakes
right.
had,
They started it.
Jakes had no choice. Jakes had no choice.
Yeah.
All Jakes could do was either decide to be the plaintiff or be the defendant. And he decided I'd rather be the plaintiff since y'all are saying this is inevitable. Y'all played the court games with me first. Y'all sent the demand letter to me first. Y'all the ones who said if we weren't able to meet a monetary agreement that y'all were going to go forth and publish this lawsuit. Y'all put my big ass back up against the wall.
Right.
You know, I don't think he had any choice, and I think it was intelligent for him to posture himself as the plaintiff rather than as the victim. I mean, as the defendant in this case. I think that was the better move because the lawsuit was inevitable. They played with Jakes first in terms of court games, and Jakes has played back, and Jakes is whipping ass. Yeah, it's whipping ass.
So we have to wait for the. What do you think is going to happen after they do the sanction? Get Tyrone out the way. You think he's going to let Tyrone go? I mean, he's got to let Tyrone go. I mean, the guy is already.
He don't.
That's what I'm saying. He don't really have to, and that would be crazy if he didn't.
He don't got.
That would be wild.
And look, I don't think the judge should. I think the judge should force this relationship. Y'all started this shit, and y'all gonna finish it.
Yeah, but my thing is, I think they want him let go so they can name him as a co-conspirator. But you know, that's just me. About the lawsuit.
What do you
saying as far as online rules will never end?
Are you thinking that there's any way for this lawsuit to go in Dwayne's favor? Because what if in the hypothetical Dwayne gets off and this is chopped up to free speech and this is his alleged lived experience and he has a right to speak his experience? And I want to make mention to this. Okay, all the people who don't like the law ain't gonna like this either, so just get prepared. First, don't believe it. I did not come into this conversation with any intent to be liked because I don't give a fuck about being liked. I'm not on social media to be liked. I'm here to bear witness to the truth and to do what I do. And I don't give a damn about what a bunch of people I don't know feel, say, think. I don't give a damn, baby. Okay. So just to make that clear, baby, I'm not here to be liked. Okay. So we're going to go real downhill from here. The other thing about this whole demand letter thing is that a demand letter is not considered an extortion. Demand letters are a part of legal protocol.
That's true. That is true.
This is why the judge in Jay-Z's suit had to throw out Jay-Z's claims against Tony Busby because all Jay-Z had as a so-called conspiracy was, well, they sent me this demand letter asking for money. He's trying to extort me. The judge was like, nah, bruh. Extortion letter. I mean, a demand letter is not an extortion letter. Lawyers are within their right to put you on notice that you're being sued potentially, that they're open to any resolve and remedy. And they are allowed to also list an amount of money that they are open to. They're allowed to assert that. None of that is conspiratorial. None of that is fraudulent. None of that is considered a... Now, you can call it a shakedown, but that's not what it's going to be interpreted as legal.
Yeah.
So even though we all stand in agreement that Dwayne's case is shit, they had no business even playing on TD Jakes' head top. On the other hand, there was nothing legally wrong about them sending a demand letter. They were in their right to do that. What do you think about that fact?
Well, the only thing in there, if you read the demand letter, the rest of it, it makes it alludes to him being underage when these supposed acts happen. That's what makes it, I think, beyond just a regular legal demand, that you're lying. And this is Bishop Jakes', I'm thinking his mind. you're lying just to get money from me. You can't just throw anything out there on a demand letter and say, give me this or let's negotiate this, or I'm going to sue you. You know, I'm going and put more out or do whatever you're going to do.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that my issue with the demand letter. It can be given, but it needs to be given with the facts. And that's what I was saying. That's where you read the demand letter and then you say, and then you send some proof. I would think, because that's been done as well. We have this video. We have this proof.
Here's you want to be careful with that, Saint, for this reason.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of things have happened to people that they can't prove. So proof is
that's
not always
true too. Yeah, that's
proof is not a luxury that everyone has. There are lots of things that have happened to you in friendship, familyship, in the corporate world. You don't have proof of happening, but that happened nonetheless. So no, it can't be that type of burden put along with something like that. I mean, you either do. I mean, it's better to have as much proof as possible to sue someone with, but proof is not just always a luxury that plaintiffs or defendants are going to have.
Yeah.
The other thing with that is, you know, before I started doing a lot of true crime reporting on my platform, I used to think like this too. I had a very layman person's, you know, thought about the way the law works. And people may find this unfortunate, baby, but you take this up with the law. Okay, don't take this with me.
Thank you, Jay.
Do you know what the sad truth about the law is? You are allowed to lie on someone. Lies,
you are.
Lies in and of themselves are not actionable. In and of themselves, they're not. That's why they have to prove malicious intent. They have to prove if the plaintiff was injured by the lies. It's not a lie. A wholehearted lie in and of itself is not suit worthy. That's not the way defamation works. It's just not. Okay, Pam can tell you that. The lead attorney can tell you that. Any other qualified bar passing attorney will tell you that. This is already being debunked even in lots of cases that we are reviewing out in pop culture space. So you can lie. The thing about you lying is, if you lie, your lie better not have injured the person you lying on severely, and your lie better not have been with from the place of a malicious intent. You can lie all you want to. You just better tell some mid-grade lies on folk, because I don't watch a lot of people lie on folk. I don't watch people lie on me. I don't watch people lie on Larry. I don't watch people lie on St. James. I don't watch people lie and lie and lie and lie. I don't watch plenty of people here today, including both of our chats, have done their fair share. Because see, the chat conveniently forgets we ain't the only ones commentating, baby. Y'all commentate just as much as we do.
Oh, definitely. Oh,
and,
yeah.
We're
vocal about it.
Right. And you are just as liable for the things you think you know, the things you think you believe, the things you feel, etc., baby. Y'all are commentators too. The only difference between me and St. James is we're doing it in front of a camera, and you're doing it to that box to the right of the screen. Yeah. But you're commentating too.
To clear something up, the letter came after both interviews.
Yes.
Right? What was the date of that letter? Is there a date on that letter?
Which was dumb. November 14th. One day.
Right. That was after both interviews. So it wasn't like interviews. It was after.
Which I don't know why Dwayne would fall for something stupid like this. How are you going to demand letter and talk about a lawsuit? Like, what was Jake supposed to get out of settling with you now? The damage has already been done. Your story has already went viral across YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and every damn where else. What would have been the benefit for Jake to now have settled with you out of court as if that was going to offer him any discretion? You had already let the damn cat out of the bag. And look, I'm also not so far up TD Jake's ass that for me, I think Jakes is perfect. I don't know who Jakes is. I don't know whether
Yeah.
he is a bisexual, cheating ass, big booty, power bottom who is. I don't, baby. I don't know. I don't know that damn man. I'm not like the chat. I don't act like I do. I don't have a parasocial relationship to these public figures, which is why I just stick to the truth and the facts, etc. And who I know, I do know. Who I don't, I don't. So for all I know, the claims against Jakes could be true, but do those things hold up in the court of law? Well, that's yet to be determined.
And does any so-called proof, is it going to be admissible in court anyway, and have anything to do with this particular subject
on
at hand?
On Dwayne's part, yes, because he's the literal defendant. So he has all his proof is going to matter as it relates to his issue.
Well, yeah. If he has the proof as it relates to his situation that he's talking about, yeah.
But he don't, and that's the problem. You don't.
Yeah. And I don't think he doesn't.
But what Dwayne is arguing is this is my lived experience, and I didn't mean to harm Jakes. I just don't. I don't care. It's my experience. I'm not thinking about him when I'm talking about what's true for me. So if he is hurt, he just ends up hurt. I'm not being malicious just because he's the one who's a public figure. I mean, if he got hurt, he got hurt. If it injured his business, he injured his business. But so Dwayne is trying to argue away from the maliciousness of it. He's arguing this is my lived experience. I should have a right to speak my truth. I should have a right to put it in a book. I should have the right to talk about it on any platform. I should have that right. And because Jakes is a super public figure, and this is a subjective situation because it's somebody's alleged experience, I still don't really know how this is going to conclude, because this is a very sticky situation given the circumstances here. And I think that even if Dwayne gets off, Jakes gets to rest with at least knowing that he gave his ass hell for a year plus.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody should be comfortable. I don't think that Larry should think that he's out of the war zone. He could very much so be ran down on at any point in time. I don't think also we should be thinking that this is going to absolutely go in favor of Jakes, because plenty of cases did not hell. Lots of people were surprised that the judge threw Jay-Z's lawsuit out against Tony Busby, etc., even though that lady admitted she lied. She admitted she lied. She admitted she lied. She admitted she exaggerated. She admitted all type of and yet lawsuit thrown out.
And we don't really know who all else may be on a conspiracy list.
That's going to be up to, I don't know how Jakes is going to find that out, but the courts have already told him, we're not going to help you. So you better get a private investigator. You better start getting into your lexicon and making some calls and seeing who willing to snitch on who, and see if anybody got some receipts and tea. You better start, doing what you do, because the courts have already said, we ain't helping you, bruh. And I do like that. While I would love to see Jakes win, I'm happy that they're dealing with a judge who isn't showing any favors in either direction. There's no favors per se in Jakes, no favor toward Dwayne. The judge is just literally being a judge and is following a strict protocol.
Yeah. I'm eager to see what the fees are next week and then the direction that it goes. Listen, I think we've talked about it. I mean, what else can we say?
I don't know. Do you think that we should open up the chat?
I mean, it's up to you.
Do you think that we should take at least some Q&As?
Yeah, sure.
Because, baby, and just as a disclaimer, baby, I match all energy.
Yeah. We know you don't step down. We know that.
Baby, ain't I don't even know what down look like. Okay. I even give head on my feet. I don't even know what down looks like.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. I don't know what down looks like. Is there anyone who would like to hit the link? Well, hold on. before we get there,
speaking of hitting links,
what do you think about the breakdown between Dr. Reid and the Jordans?
Well, I have a couple of different thoughts about it. Now, initially, when we heard it from another blogger come out and say that there was a breakup, but we hadn't heard anything else. And then, Jordan said that he heard about it also through social media. And I'm not too sure if it was, I don't think it was that bloggers, or if it was when I came out and said, hey, what's going on here? The mentor-mentee is gone. The next day, I'm not sure which one it was, but Larry says that he doesn't think so because he had a conversation with Manasseh, and maybe Manasseh's already had talked to him or what have you. But in the initial video, Larry pointed us to the direction that it was because of his assumed vote of Bishop Jordan.
Yeah.
He comes back now and says that wasn't it. He got an unction from God. That's why he was, he made the change. But when Bishop Jordan called him and said, hey, what's going on? What I'm hearing this. And he says, well, no, they're just rumors, and I'll talk to you in a minute. I'll call you back. That point right there seems a little disingenuous to me, because it seemed like, and I don't think Bishop Jordan is not telling the truth in that aspect, that, he tried to say, Larry, what's going on? But Larry shoved him off, and then comes back to the internet and says, well, since I seen him over there with Paula White in the White House, I need to disassociate my brand from Jordan. So yeah, this is it. But then he says, no, I heard from God. So at this point, it don't really matter. They're separated. I know there's kind of some threats going on. If they say this, I'm going to do this and all that other stuff, which I think that ought to just be squashed. Everybody leave everybody alone. People go into their own corners. And I think that's where it should be left.
Well, to Larry's testimonial, they're not leaving alone. It's things that are happening.
Well, then, things
that are happening behind the scenes. And that's what's prompting Larry to say, sir, please.
But I think it got a little sticky, though, Conscious, because you start them doing the same thing, the same prophetic type of thing, and you're merging support.
Yes.
And now people are having to choose.
Right.
And so some people may choose another way, and then all of a sudden it's deemed as, or assumed as, you're sabotaging my ministry because these people chose to go another way. So I don't know what's happening in the background, but I can assume there are some dual support that probably has been released. So it is, and people assume that you're trying to, take down my ministry because these people are no longer supporting me. I don't know if that's the truth, or people just making a decision. Again, I don't know what's going on in the background. Right. I don't know.
Based upon what you have seen unfold, do you think this should be recoverable between Larry and
I think it should be cordial, but I don't think it can be recoverable, because I think when you start talking about what you will do, that tells me everything I need to know about you. I never want a relationship with you because you will cause me damage if I hurt you. If we have a disagreement, if we have a fallout, you are telling me right now that you will try to destroy me. You will say something that will hinder my family, hinder my ministry. So that is not, in my book, it's not recoverable. But that's just St. James. You know how I do bloggers who don't know how to stop being obsessive over me? I cut them off. And they can do and say and have lives and do all that stuff about me, but I cut them off. People say, "Oh, well, you're obsessed over Larry." No, we're talking about a story about Larry. This is a lawsuit. This is what bloggers do. I talked about Jives and his lawsuit. Was I obsessed with Jives? You know, was I obsessed with Felton? No. But in my opinion, I think they should be cordial, but I don't know if it's recoverable because of what's now been said. I don't know.
Would you recover it if you were Larry or Bishop?
Would I recover it? No. Would I have a mutual civil conversation? Yeah.
So how do you feel about
I don't think I would ever think of it as the same relationship and put the trust in it that I once had.
Okay. How do you feel about Larry saying he's open to that, but that has to be out loud. If he and Bishop are going to talk, no behind the doors, baby, let's just turn the lights on in the room so that it can't be no he say, she say, and so that everything can be on record. And ain't nobody got to take my word for your word, baby. We're going to be able to call a thing and go right down that line. What do you think about him saying, I am open to talking, but it will have to be in the public square before the people?
I wouldn't do it. If I was either one of them, I wouldn't do it.
Why?
I think it goes beyond just a YouTube beef. I think this is more deep into the spiritual aspect of it. And it doesn't look good as two prophets and two just coming and having that dialogue. I think enough has been said on both sides between the two of them. Now, if other people want to have a dialogue and have a conversation, people that are surrounding the family or something, that's still should be available. But them two coming together live, it makes for great TV. But I'm just saying, if they really were genuine about squashing it and just, I don't know. It's just clicks and views if you want to do it publicly. And I'm not against clicks and views.
Or maybe to clear up.
What would I do if I was either one of them?
Yeah. Or maybe to clear up, because both are being subjected to a bunch of think tanks and conspiracies. So it seems like it might be in the best interest of the people who feel super invested in these relationships that they witness, and who got all these feelings about everything and feelings about everybody and feelings about everything. So it would be cute for them. My second question to you is, and it's personal, and you can tell me you're going to plead the fifth. Would you recover with any of the bloggers you have separated from? Is anybody in a recoverable boat with you? Like, things went down, but we could probably get past that.
I will say this. I had a blogger send someone else that we're mutually friends with to try to reconcile with me. And my answer to them was, and they had just been wearing me out that day, but decided, let me go ahead and send an olive branch through someone that day that they were just wearing me out and calling me names. And I told them, changed behavior is an apology to me. You can't wear me out the same day and then say, and then tell you, I extended an olive branch. You extended an olive branch after calling me derogatory names the same day and wanted me to have a conversation with you. And so I would say that to any blogger or any person or any friend or anything like that I've had. If I see changed behavior in you in regards to me, then yeah. Yeah. But if there's no changed behavior, no.
Well, God's chosen says, I will happily reconcile with you, St. James, on any given day.
Say that again.
I said, God's chosen said, I will happily reconcile with you, St. James, on any given day.
Oh, good. Whoever God's chosen is, that's great. Thank you.
So you're saying no. Anybody who's on the outs is going to be on the outs with.
They're going to be on the outs because people that are on the outs with me are still disrespecting me publicly.
Okay.
So what else can I say? I'm a fool. If you go into the, I'm not a glutton for punishment like that. I don't need those kinds of friends in my life. Or YouTube ships. Nah, I'll pass.
Were you surprised at some of the relationships that went left? Like, did it shock you? Like, well, damn.
Yeah. There was one particular that really shocked me because it was totally spun and they allowed themselves to go in the whirlwind. And I'm like, good and well, we were good. It was nothing about any type of anyone using anybody anyway. We were just good. And it just threw me for a loop to someone say one thing and you just flow right with it. And all of a sudden, that kind of floored me. I was like, that's interesting. It didn't really floor me. But when you know how people are, but you still just kind of friends with them, and you just kind of put them in the category that you could. I have two best friends, like four of us that kind of run together, and I know where each of them sit in my life and in my thought pattern, how I treat them. I don't treat everybody the same because
you should not.
You shouldn't. You have to consider where the person is.
You got to rank and file.
Yeah. and it's not necessary to not be friends with somebody who you may not agree with everything that they do. That doesn't mean you can't be friends and can't be cordial. But when you show me something and I've given you a lot of rope and I've not, and I've helped you, I've given you money, I've fed you, I've gotten you out of places where you were stranded. And then takes.
So the big wheels on the bus stopped going round and round at one point?
They stopped going round and round. And I had to buy a wheel or two.
Wow.
But and a lot of people sit back and they just assume a lot of things. And I'm just like, listen, I don't need you in my life, but I would probably benefit you in yours.
Yeah. Okay. So just to make sure that the pendulum goes from left to right, anything you want to ask me? Anything at all, St. James. Okay.
You have never clicked my link.
Oh God, here we go.
I've clicked your link a few times. I even took on tonight. You asked me to come on, and I'm here.
Yes.
What's the problem? Are we good? Me and you?
Clearly, we good for sure.
Okay. All right.
So things are interesting. For one, hold on. I'm gonna inbox you this. I don't want to. Hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Check. Put up your DMs.
Okay, they're up. I see them.
Okay, I'm about to write something.
Have y'all hit the like button on both of the channels? Y'all hit that like button for us. Jacqueline, go to sleep. He's typing a whole paragraph, y'all.
Not a whole paragraph. I'm just blind as hell. Okay. You guys thumbs up, and share. And we're going to open up the Q&A for you guys too.
Oh, we can talk about that. Let's go.
Okay, all right, great. Because I don't do no ambush shit.
No.
I
Let's
don't like putting folks on the spot. Folk cool with being cool. Okay, so you just asked me a poignant question, which is, I'm in your bushes for sure. I've checked out your platform, and like I told you before, I think that you do really good at creating as much of a neutral space as possible. I like that about your platform. I do feel like you have you are a approachable content creator.
Well, you can see that, but Larry K, go ahead. I digress. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
So we know that, I don't know if your people know this, but there have been a few times when you have clicked my link and you have been visible over here that you were actually punished for being over here. So when that happened, I also made an executive decision to not be visibly present on your platform because I didn't want you to have to deal with what me and a lot of other people have had to deal with when it came to certain individuals and the way they react when they don't get what they want. And I didn't want you to inherit any of that because that is out of control. You can speak to that in your own little way if you want to.
Yeah, I hate that you took that stance because me going to your platform and anybody else that didn't like that I went to your platform or unsubscribed or stopped giving, support. That they need to do that. They need to stop their support because I don't allow people to dictate who I have a collaboration with. People have taken this YouTube stuff off of YouTube. And it's very tragic that they've done that. They dox people. People call people's jobs. I listen to the Beef Sector every now and then. Sector here on the Beef Sector. Some of them talk about you.
Yeah, and I have a lot of great allies and acquaintances over there. Shout out to the Beef Sector.
Yeah. So you know how they give it up.
Yeah.
But my thing is, a lot of them take this stuff off of YouTube, and I have a stance. Well, listen, you can't tell me who I can talk to and who I can interview and who I can sit on their platform for an interview because I'm not you. So if they're punishing me because of a relationship that we have, they need to go their way. And I hope that you don't ever feel that you're shielding me from any hurt, harm, or danger for not coming over or speaking in the chat. I've said this before. I don't allow people to come to my platform, and if I have a good relationship, but you cannot dog them out in my chat. You can't do it. I will either block you or time you out for 24 hours until you get some act right. We don't have to like everybody that you click on social media, on YouTube. You do not have to like them.
And don't. And don't. I'm the king of and don't.
Yeah. But then on the flip side of that is I know some people that you have had some issues with, and they've been on my platform.
Okay, so I'm glad you segue into that. Let's segue into that because this is a two-part reason.
So to still answering your question, though, I can understand in that aspect why you were a little apprehensive of coming over to the platform.
Not really apprehensive in that sense. For one, to protect you was my reasons, but I'm glad that you were saying you don't need protection and you will handle them hoes
I don't need
accordingly.
protection.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you will handle them hoes accordingly, for one.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, to the point that there are certain people in your spaces, that's interesting for me because how can I say this? I'm not sure how you're able to reconcile some of the heat that get had for certain popular content creators. But there are other content creators who are not popular. They are essentially nobodies, but they have done really slanderous, criminal things to popular content creators.
Right.
And there's not a congressional hearing about that. There's not a, like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, sometimes I be like, well, damn, like, it's, I mean, if y'all, you can critique who you want to critique, but I'm just like, it is interesting though that there are other people that are also in your face who are absolutely worthy of critique, who are worthy of a think tank piece on, who are worthy. And I don't see that same level of retribution against those people that I oftentimes see for Larry and other people. And I'm like, at the end of the day, it's equally okay to sit around and speculate if Larry is a liar, if he's a wrongdoer, if he's a slanderer. Oh, that's cool. But I just don't know why there's also not equally a conversation about the stalking, the cyber harassment, to your point, the doxing, the attempt to invade people's privacy that have been done to people, because nobody over here, in terms of for the sake of conversation, in the Larry Reid camp, nobody has ever done any doxing. No one on this side came into other people's neighborhoods, drove past their house, and threatened to kick their door in. Nobody on this side went and got a job intentionally in order to use their LexisNexis software in order to dox and extract people's social security numbers and etc. Nobody on this side said anybody had HIV and AIDS when they did not. Nobody on this side did any of those. Nobody crossed state lines. Nobody threatened to murder people and then chop their bodies up and spread them across state lines. Nobody on this side did this. And when this side was forced to respond to a certain side, we still kept it reasonably cute, even though we could have went all apocalypse. Now, I will say this at this juncture, I'm going to do everything that somebody does to me going forward.
God.
Going forward, I am.
Yeah.
I caught myself really being real cute for the last several years and letting people play on my head top. And I think I'm partially responsible for why certain people played with me the way they played with me. But from this point forward, I'm equally playing back. From this point forward, anybody who played with me gonna get played with. And they're going to go to hell while I'm going to go to the abyss with it. If you thought that dark magic killed your parents, you haven't seen anything yet. If you thought that dark magic ran you off the road, if you thought you were the only one who knew how to utilize a software system to extract information, if you thought you were the only one who could put on a ISIS mask and threaten to run up into people's homes, if you thought you were the only one who has a license to carry, if you thought you were the only one, I am doing everything to a bitch that a bitch is willing to do to this bitch. And that's on all people's dead mamas.
My God.
So the second part to why I don't hit your platform is because I just don't know why there's no outrage about the things that have happened to people, why there's no outrage about the objective crimes that have been committed against people. People literally try to make whole channels out of being terrible to people. People literally tried to brand themselves and failed at doing so. Because see, I told my followers that for me, I'm an anti-hero in this era. I'm an anti-hero. That makes me feel real good in this era. Not a bad guy. I'm not a good guy. I'm just who gonna do what I got to do.
Yeah.
So that's why. And I'm just like, I don't, it's like, look, if people can minor and all of that shit, but then major and Larry, I'm just like, it's like.
I mean, I didn't really get too deep into some of the things that were done. And absolutely, that is unacceptable. It is totally unacceptable. So I can definitely understand why you haven't visited. And I can definitely, and I understand Larry's plight with it. I do. Did I think about it as much? I thought about it the other night when you mentioned it. And I sent you a message.
And you did. And I appreciate the message that you sent.
Because I just didn't, I heard about, but when you started talking about, and yes, you were quite flowery right now, and these people think they need a whole bunch of holy water to saturate them. But it was a lived experience, as we've been talking about, that you actually, that was your experience for a while. And I never want you to be threatened because of who I've had collaboration. I'm not even really collaborating, just who's I've allowed on my platform.
I'm just a person who don't like to bring baggage into other people's experience.
Right.
If I see that there's going to be baggage, I don't have a problem just being I can be a silent supporter. It's like, it's like if that's the lesser of two evils, like me just being a silent supporter versus me coming all the way into the dream and then it causing all this shit for you, because you would be the one to have to deal with it. It wouldn't be me, I'm the smoke would be for you, because there's certain people who feel like they can do that and say that and give you that. They have some type of a onus on you.
And the thing about it, I mean, I try to demand respect because I want to give respect. So I understand, but see, my experiences haven't been that, but that does not negate yours. But my experience with certain people have been extremely different.
Yeah.
But that I definitely understand why you're apprehensive and why you have been apprehensive. And I'm not going to say you're wrong for doing it. But I hope you don't
it don't stop me from, obviously, we're cool, right?
Yeah.
We can do this, we can do all that. So it's not stopping anything. But in terms of like coming directly into the place, of like, I don't think that St. James should have to deal with all of that. So, I just,
things have a certain way of revealing themselves. So, we're still,
it all works out in the end. All things are revealed. Yes.
Yeah. So it's, all this stuff is a revolving type of thing, and so we're still analyzing things. And
look,
I'm new to this mess,
St. James. Hold on, because this is interesting to me, right? Because I'm clear that there are people who just want to misunderstand. I just gave two reasons why I stay away from actively participating in St. James' platform. One is protect him, and one is because of what I feel is a contradiction.
Right.
St. James just affirmed that I have reason to operate the way that I operate, because he's aware of the way he was attempted to be punished. He's aware of that. Okay. So you're here listening to your leader, and your leader just affirmed CTV. So shut up.
I'm a leader? No, I'm just playing.
You're their leader for sure. And you just affirmed that. So why in the hell would people be circling the black? You're doing your leader just said he absolutely understands that he's very aware of the situation.
Yeah.
He's aware of what of what it means him being punished.
Yeah.
Okay. So that be's what it be. Hi, Dr. Reid.
And that's the craziest thing in the world, to be punished. Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
Doctor. Reid, what should I call him? No, no. First of all, I don't need no protection. So move around how you feel like you moving around.
Now that you tell me that you ain't a little girl, you can handle it. Okay. now that I've gotten that from Big Dog, and now that Big Dog said, look, I'll handle them hoes, honey. Okay. So now that you said it, then okay, cool.
No. And don't give me no protection.
But everybody knows. But now that we know it's cool though, I don't want nobody thinking I'm about to be over there anyway, because I normally don't hit panels. I don't be in people comment sections.
Yeah, you're not one of those panel people.
That's not what I do. I got a moderator ranch on TS Madison platform. I am good friends with Storm and Roll, with Larry Reid, with Sherelle's World, and they don't even see me. I'm just not the person that interacts in comment sections, and I'm not the person that clicks links. I just don't do that unless I'm specifically asked to be somewhere. If I'm not asked to be somewhere, I do my job here and I take my black ass home. So, but it's cool, and I know that it's
I deal with this at a personal level because there's one of my friends who don't like one of my other friends, and we have to do dinner separate. We have to do and we used to be all together. And I challenged them. I said, listen, you made the decision not to be friends with this person because of things that you're stating that they did to you. But don't demonize me because I don't have that same experience. I will honor your experience, but I just don't have the same experience. And until we got to be, until that something goes awry, not that I'm anticipating anything, but I want the record to reflect. I'll be grown as long as you will.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sweet. Anything else that you personally are interested in asking me? Anything that you personally are interested in understanding or whatever? And I'm going to ask you this: Are you comfortable if Dr. Reid hits this link? I don't know if he wants to hit the link or not, but I mean,
I've always been comfortable talking to.
Once again, I don't do no ambush shit, so I make sure people be on record saying I'm okay. This is fine. This is baby. I am a person who seeks consent from people.
Yeah.
I don't just throw people into shit. So I don't know if Dr. Reid wants to come up or not, but since Larry spoke on you speaking back. I mean, if Larry wants to come up, then Larry can come up. And St. James said he's fine.
I am fine. I've always said that.
Your leader, Big Daddy said he fine. Your Big Daddy said he fine.
I don't lead nobody but my daughter, okay? And she halfway let me lead her.
And this only for Larry for the time being. But is there any question you want to ask? Because I don't want this to just, I want it to be a fair swing.
You have seemed to have reconciled with Larry after a couple of times apart. This and your stance on the case was one way.
No,
and now it's kind of going towards the way it was in the beginning of it.
How you feel that way? How you feel that way?
It kind of sounds like it a
little
bit.
How y'all conflate everything. I just love how y'all always. I love how y'all always would just mesh everything into one. So because me and Larry are all smiles, it got to me all of a sudden now. My stance has not changed. Dwayne and Tyrone ain't shit. I'm on their neck. I told Larry I told Larry he's not out of the woodworks, but I'm not going to major in him too much because he ain't even a plaintiff. It's just wasted breath. I mean, he's not even a plaintiff. When he becomes a plaintiff, when he becomes a defendant, When Jakes makes that real, then it's time to make that real. But right now, this is a Tyrone and Dwayne exclusive with Jakes, not a TD Jakes and Larry. But people who are interested in Larry, they will make all this about Larry. And that's fine. People can do what they want to do. I'm just going to continue to do what I've been doing from the beginning. This is a lawsuit between Dwayne Youngblood and TD Jakes. And that's my predominant reporting hits.
And I mean, theoretically, you're right.
And also, I've been able to talk to Larry and ask him questions that I had not asked him either, because I wanted to know, have there been any communications between them three that look conspiratorial?
Right.
Because I was saying in my previous live, like, Larry, your ass better get it together, because if there's anything that look, because it ain't gonna matter if it is conspiratorial, if it looks optically conspiratorial, you got some things to worry about. So then when me and Larry had a chance to talk the day before yesterday, and I asked him, is there anything there that is and looks conspiratorial? Larry says, no, there's nothing there that looks conspiratorial. So, I mean, what stance do am I supposed to have, St. James?
I don't know. It just, I think you were a little bit more aggressive when you were not in a good place with Larry. I'm just going to say that. Will you agree?
No, I don't agree, because when Larry fuck up, y'all gonna see that aggression all over again.
It just seems. I know we are human though, conscious, and I think
I never had no aggression. I mean, I stand by everything that I've said in the review. I think that when Larry was calling the lawsuit dumb, I said I think that that's a contradiction, because he sued his accusers.
Yeah.
I mean, I stand by all of that. And then me and Larry recently spoke, and I said, well, you do know that Tyrone them started this with Jakes. They started this court shit with Jakes. He said, yeah, I agree with that. And he's been able to acquiesce to some things too. So, I mean, I don't understand. It's like, am I not allowed to like talk to people and then get their side and then integrate that into my commentary? Like, I'm just not, I am one of those people. Like, I'm going to do that. I don't have any invested nothing in whoever comes out on top in this situation. So wherever the information is, I'm going to adhere to that information. I'm going to integrate that rightfully so, just like the courts are going to do. The courts don't got a bias either. The courts ain't biasly leaning toward Dwayne or Tyrone or Larry or Jakes. The court is dealing with everybody's argument, everybody's shit, everybody's stuff, and wherever that lands, that's my approach as well. I'm just
read Mary's comment right there. That's interesting.
I'm a ghetto judge. If Larry comes up, can you ask him to address his January 17, 2024, when Larry mentioned dropping the initial, what is this, a documentary? I don't know.
No, DY to Jakes' camp.
What's the DY? Like, what is that?
Dwayne Youngblood.
Oh, hold on. If Larry comes up, can you ask him to address his January 17th when Larry mentioned dropping the initial DY to Jakes' camp? Okay, so where did that come from? Like, where did that come from?
I think that was a live he did, if I could recall, where they were talking about the Jake stuff. The lawsuit didn't come until when? November?
Yeah, November.
And when did that's January 24. And the Dwayne Youngblood interviews came October, November of that year.
Oh, shit.
So I'm trying to figure it. Was there communication with him and Dwayne Youngblood, or did he just know about Dwayne Youngblood at that time in January? I don't know.
Yeah. But you know what's interesting about statements like this? Of course, you're definitely allowed to be used by someone, but it's funny because people are saying the same thing about St. James and the Jordans.
Yeah.
St. James is on the payroll because St. James has notably given a criticism to them as well. And some of his supporters have given critiques and criticisms of the Bernards and the Jordans too. So are all y'all on payroll and being used? Is St. James making a few $1,000s over there behind the curtain, baby, to
give me my cash? No.
I mean, hell, you know, that narrative, baby, be going in both directions, and I'm okay with it, baby. However y'all feel about it, baby. We all on payroll, apparently. We all harems. St. James is one of the Jordan boyfriends. CTV is one of the harem boy. I mean, look, baby, y'all tear us up and subject us to all type of CPs. It's fine. I'm fine. I don't give a. It's fun. This should be funny to me. I'm like, everything y'all can say about St. James.
It is amazing what people
can say about St. James.
Yeah, it's amazing what people come up with. But and that's one thing. It's so funny because I've had that conversation with Prophet Manasseh and Prophet Jordan, Bernard Jordan, and I said, listen, I've always given my opinion on y'all. But and again I said, and it was definitely an opinion from the outside looking in.
Yeah.
And like I said, I want to be a blogger
can you talk about it a little bit more, because people are saying that your own stance has notably changed. Your energy towards the Jordans has notably softened.
No, and I hope so, because because when you're always on the outside and we're just sitting here doing commentary, but we don't actually know the people and have spent time with them, it's a little different. So I can't really. You have a relationship with Larry that I don't have. I have a YouTube visual, what I see, what I read type of relationship. But you have I don't have. Oh, there he is. Oh,
it's feedback in your phone, Larry.
Yeah. See, I am going to get a chair and
you got to level up, baby.
I got to level up because y'all got me
You're
in the middle.
between titans right now, baby.
Yeah,
you got to raise that vibration up, child.
So just to finish up, so after meeting and talking and just seeing the normality of it and just humanistic sides, and I feel a little different. That's all. Dr. Reid.
Dr. Reid is in the building, looking like he ready for something, baby. Hey, Dr. Reid.
No, I've already had my gummy, which is probably a mistake.
Nice. No, that's
well.
Good.
We're happy to have you.
Go ahead. Somebody was telling me there was just some facts that was off. So ask me any question you want to ask me, so you can hear it straight from my mouth.
I know there was a question regards to the demand letter,
as
to who sent it to you, when you received it, in conjunction with the law. Well, that came before the lawsuit.
What came before the lawsuit?
The demand letter.
But I didn't have it or knew anything about it until after the lawsuit was filed and I got back from Ghana.
Oh, okay. And Dwayne showed you the letter?
Yeah, he sent me the top part. And then before I went live on it, I wanted to confirm it. And that's when he sent me what apparently Conscious put up a few minutes ago. That was on the 27th. And he sent me the top part of it. I think, what is I on with Pam? Somebody, wherever it was, I got all of that. After that, rest of the whole letter, after the lawsuit was filed, I got back on Jake's fell out on a Sunday. I found out that he sent him a letter, and that's when I was introduced who Tyrone was. And all of that happened while I was out of the country. So I didn't know he had no lawyer. I didn't know he had got threatened. I didn't know anything was going on. But the internet told me what was going on. So then I started asking questions. And that was Friday. So by the time I did my live that Sunday evening after Bishop Jakes, I shared with them. I think this is probably tied to what he just got sent. So that's how that happened.
Okay. Do you think they have a reason to allude to you being a conspirator in the lawsuit? Or do you think it's totally out of this world? They shouldn't have you named anywhere near it. You just had a platform for him to tell his story.
There's been tension between me and Jakes before all of this. So it makes sense for him to want to come after me because I had the whole his daughter thing. And then like a couple of videos after that. The first time I ever discussed anything directly about Jakes in the public was surrounding the whole Cora thing. I made it so like innuendos about Jakes prior to that. It's all coming out of Texas. But more prior to that, I ain't doing nothing but talk positive about Jakes. So once I see it on the internet and I see something happen and I feel a certain way about it, I'm going to talk about it. I mean, I've always done that. Well, back then I did. Yeah, so I think it's me talking about, because whenever I speak about Jakes, it goes straight into his house, straight into his family. So every time I've ever mentioned him, I'm pretty sure he heard about it. So for him to say that he feel like I've been bothering their family for years, well, he can have that. So it does make sense for him to try to wrap me up in this, or to think that I'm like other bloggers that he's had to deal with and was trying to do a money grab or be a part of conspiracy when he don't. I wouldn't even do that. So yeah, but I can see him wanting to do it.
Do you think? Because I know you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Before you ask the next question, there is no hating obtuse built hoe who gonna be hitting my line.
Let me change my seat really quick.
Not none. Okay, so any who been on the other side gonna stay on the other side, baby. It's nothing for us to talk about. Thumbs up the video, you guys. The shapes are indeed dope. I'm feeling all gold and pure of heart today. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Hope you guys are enjoying.
There was some more questions.
Yeah, he's adjusting.
And that still didn't work, but never mind. I thought I got another chair. Yeah, but it didn't work. Why do you feel I hate you, Lady Reid?
Hate. If I said hate, I don't think it's hate.
Maybe I'm putting a little bit on it.
But it's something, because you only question me. You don't question anybody else. I haven't heard you question Bernard. Haven't heard you question Manasseh. You haven't ever questioned any of those bloggers that you have on your platform. It's always me having to prove that what I am saying, if I care to do it, I would have to prove that what is said is improper, because what everybody else say is just belief. And that's no integrity in doing this type of commentary. So that's why I think that, because it has to be intentional, because you only do it with me.
You don't think I question anybody that I talk to in regards to?
No, I just heard
like in regards to you, or just
if it's ever concerning me, you don't question what's brought. Never. You never done it. So what is that? What is wrong?
Name something that comes to mind.
It's everything.
You can't just say everything. I mean, come on there.
Listen, when you were following the platform and you were back and forth with Kendall went through your stuff. I went through your stuff. Right. I watched your stuff. I have never, ever heard you question anything brought about me. You've never questioned, was it true or not? You believed it and then left me to prove my innocence if I care to do that. So to me, that's intentional. So you got something wrong when it comes to me. That's how I see it.
I don't see that, Larry. I really don't see that. I know that's what you think, but I'm trying to figure out, what should I have questioned?
Did you question if Bernard Jordan was telling the truth when he was doing the interview? No.
I can't call him a liar if I ask him a question and he gives me his answer. That's just like with you. I can't sit here and say you're a liar and after you give me an answer.
But you did. After Conscious sat right beside you and told you the truth, you said, well, that's what he would say anyway. I can't expect him to tell the truth. That's how you do with me. But then when it come with everybody else, you handle different. So you have something whether you realize or not. We all see it. You the one don't see it.
Well, I don't have anything personal against you, but what I have experienced, though, Larry, is a lot of commentary where you say one thing, and even when it comes to the Jakes, you have said a lot of different things about Bishop Jakes, and that has not produced any truth behind it.
Like what?
such as fixers, such as money being given to people.
I have proof.
I know
What's
that's
up?
what you say. You say that all the time, but we never have seen any proof.
We never see your proof, and you still talking. So that's
About what? Oh, okay, about what?
When it comes to me, I have put my whole platform is built on the level of my integrity and receipts. I am not going to put receipts inside of there when I have told Manasseh I ain't going to do it.
Okay.
People like to try to get to my money through suing me. So I'm very careful when I do stories. Jakes couldn't take me to court except he lie. He would have to make up something and file a complaint because I never slandered him. I just gave opinion on him and kept saying, we don't know what the truth is. We don't know if this is actual. I said, the only person I got proof is Manasseh. I said that till I was blue in the face. And I only showed two, and I said in the live, but I heard you say up here that we never seen no proof. I'm not going to let you see the proof. We are not friends. So why am I going to let you see a proof? I want to let the people around me that have been my friends for decades see it. I think the only
something you said in there, but this was something you said out in the public, though, Larry. So
yes,
we have to just take your word on it.
Yes, because I never lost a court case. That's why. Because whenever somebody tries to say I lie, I end up I'm telling the truth, and they lose. That's why, because of my integrity. That's simple. You want people to take your word on stuff that you don't prove, but then when it comes to me,
no, they don't have to take my word on anything, and I'm not like that. You don't have to take my word. If I'm saying something, a lot of times I give an opinion. Now, if I'm reading court documents, that's what they are, just court documents, and what's being presented in front of us.
Yeah, but those are opinions, complaints.
And they're complaints. They're nothing has been litigated. But what we're reading, and even in the Jakes case, what we're reading right now, it's favorable for Jakes.
Great.
Because as we can see, Tyrone fluffed the case, AI'd the case, didn't put in correct stuff. He lied. He so we don't have anything on that side to corroborate going on Dwayne's side. So all we have right now is a very good forming case against Duane and co-conspirators. We don't have nothing else to consider because he have effed up the case pretty much so far.
He did.
But it scares me though, Larry, because it doesn't scare me, but I'm saying it's concerning because all the language that they're using with your name and the podcaster and your brand, it seems like you can be named any day now because of the foolishness that has been going on in the case.
And they should, if that's what they think. The fact they ain't did it is telling you everything you need to know, but you just stuck on it always been me. If the court means so much, and the judge basically saying, y'all can't keep trying to use the court to come after him. I mean, it's in black and white, and you say you read documents. Why is that not in your commentary? And it was Conscious who basically just got through telling you that, and you still saying that to me now. That is why I believe.
Because it's early in the case. It is really early in the case. Now, for the judge not allowing early discovery, that was a smart thing to do on the judge because it wasn't the time for that. No, you haven't been named. But what I'm saying, though, Larry, is from what they have presented, it seems that it could go the route of you being named. And that's all I'm saying.
Do y'all realize that you're talking about the possibility of somebody getting sued? And you're turning it into with all these improper parallels. I'm not named as anything co-conspirator or defendant because I can't be. It's as simple as that. He will have to make up a lie and say I said or done something that I did not do to sue me, and Jakes don't want to do that. Just simple as that. I think, and I could be wrong, it just feels like an obsession for me to be wrong. and it's just not going to happen. Somebody says, "You did lose the case, the E-Dewey case." Wrong. Paperwork went wrong. I appealed it, and that's the reason why I'm able to say E-Dewey, 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 E-Dewey. Nothing.
They don't specialize in the resolve. It's no specialization in the end of a thing.
And look at this dumb Aaron come out. That's another lie. E-Dewey sued you. Did I say he didn't sue me? I said he sued me and it failed. That's what I said.
He won. He didn't say he didn't get sued. What was going on the other day, Larry? It seemed like you were in Constance' chat, really trying to, I don't know, almost litigate this thing.
No. But me and Conscious ain't been talking all the time. So he was doing a live and I was giving Conscious information I knew he didn't know. And the rest of the internet ain't know, because if me and Conscious had been talking, Conscious would have known. He would have seen everything I know. Then when he covered it, he would have information, and y'all would have known it came from me. But he would have knew everything. He didn't know, so I told him. That's simple as that. I wasn't.
But do you think that was the smartest thing?
I think that what Larry is saying too. I don't want to insert this, and I think the difference Larry is saying is that, unlike what's being argued against you, I can receive that. I don't have a bias. So what Larry says matter too. What Tyrone says matter. What Dwayne says matter. I can receive it all because I don't have a bias. So there's no need to redact or to magnify this and then minimize that. And I think that's what Larry's trying to get you to understand, is that you do a lot of magnifying when it comes to any of his credibility or anything he says, and then you minimize. I mean, everything. It's not, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to jump on you, but it's not. You probably getting some heat right now if you feel like I'm upset. I'm not upset.
It's okay. I can handle it. I can handle the heat. That's no problem.
I got you. But what I'm saying is, it is a pattern of your platform and every platform you engage. I don't know one platform you engage that really still deals with facts and receipts. Well, see, that's in my opinion. If I did that, my name would be dragged, and not only that, my reputation wouldn't be what it is in the marketplace if I was known for just narratives. And so you may be getting some of that, because this has been going on since December 2019. You talked about Jake's family. At the time, we're still down. I'm about to say the time we were married, but we all stay in the same house. Me, Lisa, my children, my staff has had to deal with this for years. And I don't know if I had to move houses because my children stalked. The school is told, my information put up for my school, my mama house, my house, family members' business, put online. And these are the people that you fool up with. So you may be getting all of that.
I think, and like I told Conscious earlier, and it's understandable because I heard him when he was talking with you the other day, and he mentioned that, and I didn't realize it, and I realized it. I even sent him a message. Listen, I heard what you said. I finally heard what you said, and what you mean, and how the impact of it. And then today he says, well, I was protecting you, but I don't understand why you were allowing them. So we got that dialogue. So I understand what you're saying, Larry, but have you had people on your program that others didn't want you to have on their program?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so do you understand? Were you trying to purposely slap those other people that didn't want the people on the program in their face because you had? I'm sure you were not.
Oh,
but
well,
you
no.
were a commentator, and you a vlogger, and you were doing your job. And not to say that we shouldn't have feelings and shouldn't realize the people that we put on our platform. But I don't think it's fair for you, Larry, to demonize me for people that I've had on the platform that you've had unfavorable dealings with. And
You
it
said-
doesn't minimize your feelings.
It is a
But I think-
minimization because you're saying dealings with. No, that I took millions of dollars out of my life to sue because they stalked me. They said they want to shoot me in my chest. And you're saying because people, I just had a little problem. But say I can't do that.
Well, no, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just trying not to get too deep, but I understand. I'm not trying to minimize. That's what I may have used the wrong word, but it's not minimizing your experience, Larry. Now, come on.
Well, what I'm saying is this: if you want to know something, that would give us. I ain't say we could be friends, everything, but if you hear somebody say something, just like you have always emailed, and get my side. That's just proper. It will. I just don't like where I can't. I don't know whatever this is. I'd rather you be like, I do have a little bias, Larry. I just feel a certain way about you. We could be cool, but you moving one way and saying one thing for me, I'm like, and that's the conscience have always tried to get us together, always.
See,
but
the
but
peacemaker.
Yeah, but I said no. I mean, because Conscious done that with me with another vlogger.
I smelled Conscious coming a mile away. I did. I smelled him.
And we tried it 3 times, and every time he always messed up. I mean, because I got one requirement in dealings: communication. And so if somebody come to you and tell you I said something, you ain't heard that from my mouth, call me before you go online and then talking sideways about me. And they kept doing that. So in this situation, it felt the same thing. It's like you say one thing, oh, it ain't that. But then the action, the behavior, especially having people on who affected my mom, my children, my dad,
your friends.
Conscious. Yeah.
And
had to drop money on that.
Shamago, everybody. Yeah.
Yes, had to drop money on that. I mean, it's just way more than what people know because I'm strong and I laugh. I guess people feel like, oh, he can handle it. And you're right, I can. But at the same time, the people around me can't. And sometimes that bothers me, and so that's all I'm saying. But just if you want to know if something's true, just hit us up. And I'll tell you what the truth is. I could have told you what Bernard was saying was a lie, but you didn't hit me up.
But can you give me the grace as to I didn't hit him up for none of that? Okay. What I hit him up was for the $1 million thing, and I was given that information.
You heard me? I said that. I said St. James didn't. Yeah, I caught that. I said St. James didn't ask any of that. But see, I know them better than you, so I know. Right there was the angling. So when I heard about that, I said, Marco, Bernard gonna be on his platform. I know them like the back of my hand from dealing and being in all of that. So I knew what that already was, and I know Manasseh probably was the one that pushed Bishop to do it. I know how this go.
Can I do some refereeing here? And I want to be fair and objective. So I do think that there are some things being asked of St. James that probably is overreaching because you and him are not friends. So I don't think that St. James owes it to you to not associate with this one or that one. But
and you
I'm just straightening that out because I'm looking at the chat. I'm reading the chat and everything.
Oh,
I'm responding to everything.
No, I just asked if somebody come bringing you a crime saying I committed, email me, because that's what I do, and email me and find out my side or get a statement or something. I got publicists, I got assistants and everything.
But I've never reported on a crime that you were accused of.
But you did not. This is okay.
But I'm just saying, I've never reported on a crime that you
went
were
live and it was said on your platform. You are responsible for it. That's in court too.
And so that bleeds into Dwayne Youngblood and you. Do you feel responsible for it?
Did you not hear me say to Conscious what I said? Yes, I said that. But what I'm trying to tell you is we're talking about a crime. We're not talking about something little. We're talking about something big and huge. And you let the people that push that be on your platform and say that. I don't care if they're on your platform. It's your platform. Do whatever you want to do. I'm just asking for the same kind of dealings And I said this last time, this is my second time saying it to you, really. If you want to know something, ask me. Now, I wouldn't care if anybody else was doing this that I wasn't in my community, didn't have an exchange through email with, but you were in my community on some level. So if somebody come tell you something about
me
me
out over a lie, but go ahead.
Look, we never had a conversation about that. But my thing is, if it is a crime and somebody's saying something about it or anything, just get my side to it. You can believe the other person, but just get my side in the narrative. That's what I do, and that's the way that I work. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
So, okay. So the question to bring that to a head is, St. James, is that something that you want to do and you are okay with? Since Larry is saying, I'm accessible to you, I'm tangible to you. If you do report on me and there's any questions about what I mean or what has happened or what the situation is, you are allowed to contact me and to get my side of the story if you want. And you are allowed to at least also bring that to your commentary if you're going to give commentary on anything concerning him, that you also have his side, even if you choose to have your own opinion still about whatever that you still
definitely
make. And you are okay with that?
Oh, definitely. I definitely am okay with that. But I've always felt, even in times recently, there is no avenue for me to reach out, because I believe Kendall even blocked me, and he was kind of the mediator there. So I figured there was absolutely, you didn't want to be bothered at all, so there was no sense in me reaching out. Because the last time I reached out to Kendall, I reached out and said I wanted to show something on your program. He reached back, listen, Larry, don't mind, go ahead. It's publicity, it's whatever. That was art. So I was already making sure that, in some aspect, that I respect you and your platform and your work. But when that was cut off, because there was really nothing else, after that to talk to you about. This lawsuit came afterwards. Even with the lawsuit, you're still not named, but you're in the lawsuit.
True. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, but I understand. You said the exchange was cut off, so that's fine. So it is as it is. I'm just saying.
And you did acknowledge in our last sit down, Dr. Reid, when me, you, and St. James was on here, that Kendall did block the shit out of St. James.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
You did acknowledge that.
And I never asked him to unblock me.
Yeah.
I want to speak to this comment because I keep seeing it, and shout out to my boo, Maria, because she be meaning so well. But she says, give CTV the same respect then you brothers with CTV nemesis. No. Okay. So let me answer this.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Larry have an understanding. I know that there's this general consensus that his and I breakdown centers around some of the dogs that he throw leftovers to on YouTube. But that
they don't even do that when I'm around.
I'm gonna do that to any bitch who just put their lips on me over the weekend and had no regard for whether they did that in your face, lightnings, etc. So fuck both non-Ozempic assholes. What I'm gonna say is,
sound good to me.
Me and Larry have an understanding that long as he ain't participating in no foolishness about me and vice versa, it is what it is. Do I personally care for some of the people that he deals with? No. If he want to turn some of his ops into pets, that's on him. But I personally, I have never in my adulthood ever disassociated with somebody solely because they associated with people that I didn't like. And I came to further understand that Larry has divulged to his intimate community what some of the things that have led to breakdowns in the past between us have been. So my issues with Larry are not about what y'all be thinking should be about. But I do understand that all y'all have to go on when stuff happens is everything that happens out out here. So y'all just, have to do the 1, 2, the 1, 2 and think, oh, okay, well, this happened because of that. And no, there's no correlation. There's no relationship, honey. My issues are single-handedly having to do with the A and B between me and Larry, and his pet dogs have nothing to do with that.
And I think the thing that is where it creates a lot of chatter around our dealings and our ups and our downs and our separations and come back together. I seeing two men, one who identify, what do you identify as, Conscious?
A man with a dick.
Okay. But two men that could have an intimate relationship or a sexual relationship, but don't have that and just have a friendship. I think people are a little bit obsessed with our relationship, and they really shouldn't be.
They always have that.
If me and Conscious felt like, and we have several times, y'all did not know. Now, when our business came out, the only thing that piqued y'all into it was when somebody asked him direct, and he been getting y'all bombarding him, asking him questions. So he found like, yeah, me and Larry are not friends right now. I didn't have no problem. He called me up in the next day or tell me something. I done told everybody that. I said, that's fine. I mean, because it's real and it's what is true. And I don't think that was an oversight.
And Larry knew that, because the last time me and Larry spoke in February, I cussed him out like a dog. So he knew this bitch over here was hot press. There was no. Now, because Larry is Larry don't care what you claim. If he love you, bitch, I love you, and you can say you don't love me, you can say we ain't friends, you can say all that, whatever. So Larry gonna be in his energy, but at that point, I had deviated and
won't respond to nothing. I was trying to say happy birthday. Ain't respond to that. I invited him to my birthday party. Ain't respond. So, he really upset this time.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Reid, and I'm gonna let you and St. James get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since people tried me over the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically,
first of all, let me say this, still Conscious. I just found out about that, and I haven't had time to talk to both of them about that.
It's okay.
And I don't want to say it before.
Right, yeah, because this ain't got nothing to do with them. I mean,
because I need you to don't like them like you don't like me for having other people on the platform and all that.
Hold on, take that.
Wait a minute, what you mean?
This is my moment. This is
my moment. I want to understand that.
I said y'all can take that when I'm done. Okay, so yeah, baby, y'all can take it. I just want to ask the Dr. Reid this question.
Okay.
Because everybody on this platform knows that I can be a dangerous person.
You are.
I'm not gonna say I am. I can be, because I mostly be in my sugar and not my spice.
Okay.
Now, with that being said, right, the things that happened over the weekend, hypothetically, we know, had I been in the building, nobody would have ever been that ballsy with me. Nobody would have ever tried my life, because I would have been inches away. So my question to you is, in the future, because I'm going to make myself available, in the future, how are you going to respond to me putting people in the back of an ambulance?
I don't have a problem. You know what?
Thank you. That's it. That's all. You ain't got a problem with it. St. James, go ahead to the next thing with Larry. Speak. Leave it right there, doctor. Right there. You ain't got no problem with it. St. James. So you and Larry was about to say what now? Y'all was saying what? St. James, huh? What was? Hurry up! I don't want.
So you felt the ways with Bishop Jordan being interviewed by me on my platform. And is that only because of the previous stuff you just named earlier?
Absolutely. And he and Manasseh privy to it. They watched the internet.
So you talked to them. Have you talked to them about me before? And
absolutely.
You have?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
You and every last update. They know. I don't know if they remember. I'm pretty sure they can probably find it in the text or something to prove what I'm saying is true. It was always
what was the dialogue? Not that you have to say it all, but what was the context?
It was very general. These are the people that's dragging me all the time, and these three drag me and you and Jordan and Manasseh and Bloomer. We had all of you guys. You remember I was through all of that stuff. So I had paperwork with my lawyers for 32 YouTube channels. They know about all of that. They're very privy to that. There've been a whole slew of YouTubers that were perpetuating the lies about me and the alleged crime. So yeah, so that they knew about that. Absolutely. They might not knew you by your real government, but they know your screen name, because I would say y'all screen names.
Because it was my understanding that they didn't recall that because I asked that, you know.
Only thing they had to do was, you know what? I don't really want to get into that because
I just had
you can ask me stuff if it's the same stuff I didn't answer, but I'm saying I'm trying to wait because I've handled all of this with grace. You guys don't know anything. That's number one. And I've handled everything with grace. What I did with Conscious was responding to his live with you. When I done in May of saying, making it public that I'm separated from him, was because he posted what he posted online after telling me, you don't know who I voted for. And I'm telling you, you ain't the only prophet in this thread. I won't behind that curtain, but I know who you voted for. You know, so I just am waiting. Because if they do what they did before, I think going on your platform was a dig. The things he said was a dig. Because when I did my live, I just basically made it on the whole voting and the administration thing, which is what made people think that that's why I left him. No, that's not why I left him. I left him because the Lord told me. And I was so loyal and committed to her. There were things that I couldn't see. And when I was going to leave it at that.
But do you think you should have even talked about the voting thing? If the Lord had already given you that in Ghana, then that should have been your stop, your reason. No other reason should have even been, said to make people believe that you split because of his assumed vote. But
no, you're missing the key part. He put a whole video up, him and Paula White, that went viral. That's why I had to say something, because it negatively affected me, because people were thinking I married Jordan's brand to mine. So what he does affects me. So I was supposed to just take that and let there be a fallout, because people are serious about the vote, and especially as relates to this administration, were taking their membership and their money away. So that I won't about to be a part of that. I'm not about to have a fallout. And I was reluctant and really didn't have that even thought process until after, again, I was watching the other platform. There was a comment that stood out to me that trickled something in. I said, God, I need to go ahead and tell them I ain't got nothing to do with this video. And that's how that happened. I wasn't even going to do that. So I think to blame me as the one starting this is just half the story. If he never put it up, I would have still been mute, or I was when somebody asked me something about, is he still your mentor? I said, oh, he's a great man. Thank you so much for what he done for me. He's my former mentor, but God bless him. It was very surface when I was asked, like with Willie Moore and different things. But you wouldn't have never known no more than that. When he put that video out, I said, okay, that is a problem. I didn't agree with it when he was still my mentor and done it, and I didn't agree with it afterwards. But I didn't even think about it until after I was a yes when God told me separate from him, because I was confused. Because in my mind, he's the perfect mentor for the future. Because the wording was he's not the one that's supposed to take you there as you move forward into the future like that. So that really was a lot to deal with, because I was confused on that. And then it was like the Spirit was like, okay, I'm gonna show you why he can't be the one to mentor you into where you're going. It was a text. He asked me a question, how was Ghana? I responded back. I said, no words. He done this long text that was the opposite of everything God had told me. I said, ugh. Called Marco. I said, look at this text. I said, what's going on? Because the reality is, even with Spirit telling me to separate, I was so connected. I would have separated, but I would have still stayed tied up because of the love factor. But just the way things happen all the way up until, like I said, this week, there will never be a relationship with me and that family at all, ever again, period. None. And ain't no such thing me coming back, because I just no, I wouldn't do that. I don't operate like that.
I don't think a relationship probably will happen again, but don't you feel that there needs to be some kind of, just some kind of even keel, some type of
I'm open to. Let me tell you this. I don't need that. I'm complete. I'm good.
Not that you need it. I think. Well,
I think he needed it because he went on your platform talking about emotional. Every time I hear my name, it's not like that for me. He got some stuff he got to work through. So maybe a sit down will help him work through it faster. So that's why I'm saying I'm open to it. Other than that, I don't need it. I don't see the point. This happened in November. Life is gonna move on. Yeah, you made it way more than what it needed to be. Let's just move on. So I don't. And there's some other things he said about me, references to my spirituality, questioning me. I leaving. I was how you unfather, almost like I'm not a proper as a prophet. And that's the kind of manipulative, performative stuff I just can't do, and I will call out in your face. So I was responding to him because that was wrong for him to do. And ain't anybody thought about this. If he was my father, do a spiritual father get online and disown their son? Clearly, this is a pattern of Bernard Jordan, because he did it with Manasseh on my platform, and then went on your platform and did it on me. So there's a problem in his fathering.
But can we walk this thing out really quick? Because it started with William and the conversation you had with William that he exposed online. And
you're right.
Right. So it started there.
Right.
And so your assumption is that you had a conversation with Manasseh before maybe you had a conversation with William about the possible separation.
Yeah.
So you're saying your assumption is that Manasseh already had spoken with him regarding a possible split or a possible whatever, and that his initial finding out wasn't actually either on William's platform or I remember I did a video the next day and said, what's the problem? I think the mentor have split. And that's when he found out that, and then he said he called you either that night or the next night. And you said, well, I'll handle it. There's rumors. They even say you own my house.
He called me about what? He did call me. He called me about them saying that he bought my house or something. I can't think of I think of the older man that has the platform, but saying he bought my house. It was a money conversation. It had nothing to do with him being my mentor.
I thought he said that he's had a question about, are we good? Are we good? I heard about some.
They all won't even like that. No, he was laughing. He was laughing. About what these people are saying. I was like, yeah, I saw her. And then I got the phone call. I was busy. I had to do something. That's not even true.
Okay.
But see, it's stuff like that. But see, how come you didn't question him that when he said that? Well, I guess.
Well, I mean, just like I'm talking to you, you're telling me the story, and all he can do is tell me his side of the story. It's not about me questioning.
So it's not okay for St. James to be properly informed when he talks to Larry, but when I am informed because I talk to Larry, I done sweetened up and I done took the edge off and I done got it, and it's okay, cute.
But like I said, all I can do, Larry, is ask the question and get the answer.
Okay.
That's all I can do. I can't drill people to see if they're telling the truth or telling a lie. I'm not going to drill you to see if you're telling the truth or telling a lie. I'm just going to accept your answer. What I think about it is my own thing. I can just accept your answer. I'm not going to go back and forth and say, I think you're lying. Or that don't sound right, or that I'm just going to accept your answer and say, okay, all right. I wasn't going to drill Bishop Jordan because I wasn't there, first of all. I wasn't there. I don't know what the conversation was. His side, your side.
Oh, my Lord. I just hate that y'all even got to see any of this. Because
you know what? At this point, me too. Really though, I mean,
all of us would have preferred to stay out of the group chat.
Yeah, Yeah, just leaving group chat. Yeah.
Because I did, and for this reason, Dr. Larry, this is why I asked you in the interview. I said, do you, now looking back in retrospect, would you have made a different choice in not coming forward publicly and just kind of bowing out privately without saying nothing? Okay, so you still would have came forward still?
Yeah, because
Okay.
my ministry was at stake. Of course, I'm going to come out and say something about that. The integrity of my ministry was at stake. As a prophet, I should not be on the side of the oppressor. And so there was no way that I'm going to let that appearance to be that, because people didn't know that he was no longer my mentor, because I didn't make it a big thing on purpose.
And you didn't want it to be any bleed over, like, oh, well, Larry must be also in conjunction with that choice too. But let me ask you this question: had he
That
voted,
was what happened. That's what started happening.
well, I get that part, but hypothetically, had he voted for Kamala, but still, to his point, I believe in being a part of any administration because that's my job as a prophet, period. Whether I voted for the administration or not, if he had voted for Kamala, but still been willing to be accessible to Trump administration and anybody administration going forward, would that have been an issue for you?
That ain't my business. I don't care about that. That's not my main issue. I don't even, it don't even make my top 10 when it comes to Bernard Jordan. I don't like it. I don't get it even if he was, if he was never my mentor, but he was just a regular black prophet, and I saw him going to that White House or across the street from the White House thing, and just some of his other talking points outside leading up to that, yeah, I would have a problem with it. And he would be on my show talking about him.
So I just want to reiterate this. So if he had, in your opinion, because I know you said you're the prophet, that's why you know how he voted, which is never actually came out of his mouth, according to you and to him.
Listen to me. He cannot say he didn't vote for Donald Trump.
I understand that. I understand that.
So he's gonna play that he's never public about his vote. That's not true. He said, I'm never public about his vote, and he keep it private and all that, and the property bill. All of that is manipulation. That is state-of-the-art manipulation. It work on whoever it work on. It just do not work on me. And that was not the main issue. That was the main thing at the beginning. Because mind you, I'm going through the process of really dealing with, why do I have to let him go? That was messing my mind up. I'm deeply invested, was deeply invested into him, his family, his son was very close, the ministry. I was invested deeply into that. So to disconnect that, it's like, wait a minute, I'm losing my best friend. And I'm trying to figure all of this out. And so it was stuff that spirit just started letting me send from the get up that was just opposite of what my passion, my vision, and my purpose and direction am supposed to be going right now. So that was it. And that was one of the things that really I couldn't understand. I couldn't see how he can reconcile him being a black man in the black community, voting in a way that's against the community. I couldn't.
Let me help you out a little bit here, Dr. Ray, because once again, you did that thing that you did in our interview. Do you want to qualify for people? Because people are going to say, people want to remind you that you called them stupid and said that they made up what you said when you did say this in the 2-hour live, that it was about the voting. And now you are once again giving a diatribe about how the vote did matter and it rendered him no longer your mentor as a result of who you believe you align with. But do you want to qualify? I'm trying to help you out as well. You also said in the interview, though, that there were other reasons prior and afterwards that also informed your decision. But the voting is afterwards. The voting is also a part of a larger multiverse.
Exactly.
Okay. I want you to,
But I don't see how I must be saying something. Maybe
no. I think that what the people simply want you to do, Dr. Reid, is say, we're not crazy. Dr. Reid, you said this then. We said that you said this then, but you said we were stupid and dumb and had selective hearing and hear what the hell we want to hear and should go to hell. All people want to say is both things are true. Yes, it was partially about the vote, and it was about other things that I'm choosing not to disclose.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm out of it.
It was listen.
I'm out of it.
What it was God. I don't know.
I tried. I gave the alley oop.
No, but it's not what I'm saying. I said on my main platform when I addressed it, I said God spoke to me. That was the thing. His voting I knew before I left and went to Ghana. And
yeah, but God may have spoken to you, but the factor of it, you coming out talking about the Trump and the White House, because of you said you need to disconnect because of your ministry and losing money and losing support. So that was the major factor. God just sealed it for you. That's what we saying?
No. November, the first week in November, he voted around the 2nd or 3rd. I forgot when the phone call was. I left on the 7th to Ghana. I was in Ghana, had those experiences. I think the next week is when I separated from him as my mentor. I wouldn't have came out and told y'all on my platform officially with a show that he's no longer my mentor, because I feel like that would raise questions. So I didn't. So when people would ask me in an interview like Conscious did and Willamore and other places, I just like, he's no longer my mentor, but I wrapped it in a way to where it almost sounded like, oh, but they still good. You know, he let us go in a different direction. It wasn't until he put that video up. That was in May. So you thought there's a whole lot of months in between there.
Dr. Reid, all I want you to understand is that's what the people are saying. They don't know why you keep saying what they saying to you, acting like y'all saying two different things when you and the people are saying the literal same thing. The only thing you need to clarify is the fact that it wasn't just about that. That's the only part you add. It wasn't just about the vote. That's it. That's all. But that, yes.
No. But see, when I hear you say it wasn't just about the vote, I'm thinking you saying the vote. I'm thinking you said the vote is the reason why I left. That's what I'm hearing, but maybe that's not what you're hearing, meaning Conscious. But the reason why I would never go back into a relationship with him is because of the other things other than the voting. Am I making it clear, or I'm muddying it up?
It's muddy.
I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
I'm trying to get you to put concrete to liquid, but you want to double down.
I did the best I can.
You want to double down in that liquid, so I'm just gonna.
If I messed it up, I messed it up. But I'm saying what I'm saying.
Larry, do you feel that prophets need to be in?
Say it again.
Do you feel that prophets and faith leaders need to have a place in the administration? You need to go. You need to figure out where you may be able to fit in for change, or fit in as a spiritual leader in government, or do you feel if it's not the right president you agree with, you shouldn't go?
No, that ain't what I feel. I feel like the prophets should be on the side of the people and God. That's what I feel like. So if like Reagan them had a spiritual woman or witch that they conferred with, they did not go to the White House, try to get to know people, try to talk to people to then be introduced to the president. They didn't do that. They requested her and she came. What Bernard has done before in Africa, they requested him and he came, he prophesied, changed the whole money. And so he did the work of the prophet there. This going to this thing, you cannot tell me that, unless he said the Lord told him to do it. Now, if he said the Lord told him to go, that's a whole different thing. I ain't got nothing to say about it. But
did you ask him that? Did you ask him if God told him to go, or you just made an assumption?
No, it don't matter whether God told him to go.
It matters, Larry. That matters.
Whether God told him to go or not, he ain't have to put it online. That was my problem. That's why I'm trying to give y'all the world of this. The problem was God said something I didn't like and I struggled with it. And so then things began to like come open in my eyes and sort of think back over some things that don't align with what I've been called to do. So it started with that after the Spirit told me to cut from him, but then other stuff began to happen after that. That piled on top of that, that continued to prove to me, look, not only do you separate from him, but you separate from him and stay separated from him. That's how that happened.
I think I just wish you would have had a full off conversation with him, Larry, before you made that video. After you saw the Paula White video, went to Bishop Bernard.
But he didn't need to call me before he put the video up.
But my thing, well, he didn't know you were actually going to react that way. I wouldn't think. Well, we had
a whole back and forth about we had a whole back and forth about the Trump thing back in November.
Well, even with the relationship that you had, even the day before he put that thing up, you see him the next day put that video up. Mm-hmm. Don't you think a conversation should have been had before you ran to the internet to save your ministry?
Don't you think a conversation should have been had with me after I asked for a sit down before he went to your house and sit down?
But that was in January. We still
talking
about
when it was. It don't matter when it was. If this is the thing that I'm saying with you guys, and fine if you say that, but then also call him out on what he did not do. If he's so much of somebody's father and I'm requesting to sit down with you, you totally ignore everything that I'm sending to you, and like I have not reached out and asked for a sit down, but then you go online and make it seem like that I'm improper because I didn't come to you and ask, can I go and do what the Lord told me to do? I don't see how you ain't saying nothing about that. And not just you, St. James, but I'm talking about when it's discussed. I don't understand that. No, I don't get that.
I think, and I hear what you're saying, Larry. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, because I think
you don't think you should have sat down with me when I asked.
No, I think there's some feelings that were in there about January. There was
but do you think he should have sit down with me when I asked to?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know now.
Just like I feel you should have talked to him before you went on that video and sat down with the world.
That's fine. I accept that. I don't have a problem.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think a lot of feelings, everybody's human. I think there's just a lot of things. This is a few things I think it would have saved the relationship. I think it would have saved the relationship.
And if not saved their relationship, it just would have made for a smoother aftermath.
Yeah, and even a smoother exit. It sometimes it's saving the relationship as well, because there's no bad blood as you're leaving. You're just separated.
Because I'm gonna be honest. I would have acted just like a bishop if you went and told them folk we on with each other, and then gonna come to me after for a conversation. F you. I don't owe you no type of sit down. I don't care to dignify you with a sit down. I don't give a damn. Like, no, the hell. But because he's a master prophet, I also don't expect him to be capable of pettiness either, the way that he was, and come and play the games he played on your platform, St. James.
Well, my thing is, I mean, and everyone wants to demonize him.
Nope, because the issue with some of our leaders is they don't want to be human until they're in the bush. So he the archbishop, that's how he presents. He presents as the master prophet, as Big Daddy, as all of that. Okay, act like daddy then. It don't matter how because it don't matter how your son act. Now I can tolerate him not affording Larry a conversation privately after Larry did what he did. But the way he handled that publicly, it was unbecoming in terms of all that.
Wait, are you talking about Bernard Jordan or Manasseh?
No,
Bernard.
But
you know what? If you really think about it and put your feelings out of it, y'all.
I don't know why everybody.
Hold on.
Here's the thing, though. Why everybody act like two things can't never be true at the same time?
What I'm saying,
it could be true that Larry should have spoke to Arch before he made the public announcement. And it could be true that Arch is out of order for the way he handled it 7 months later. But like both those things can be true. It don't have to be a one or the other.
But I don't think Bishop Bernard was out of order. And it's not just because he was on my platform. I just don't believe that the interview was a.
Let me ask you this question, St. James. Did Archbishop ever sit down with you prior to his fallout with Larry?
No, I didn't have that kind of relationship.
Meeting adjourned.
No, that's not true. That's not right, because I didn't have that type of relationship with none of them. I don't know, none of them like that.
No. But that's to my point. You don't. But Bishop knew what Larry's feelings and thoughts and perceptions was about your platform. He was aware of that. You are a neutral party and just a casualty in the whole thing.
No, he was the one that was posted.
He was carefully selected. They were trying to send me a message.
Yeah, it was a statement piece. I mean, it is what
message do you think that was, Larry?
That I am getting my lick back. Simple as that.
You don't think he had the right to? If that's the case?
You know what? If he wanted to say something online, this is in my opinion, about, like he felt because I made my statement, because of the nature of our relationship professionally, I just think that he would have said, okay, I see why you had to do that live. I did put it up, then contact you. So let me come on your platform. We sit down together and we have this conversation. Done. But instead, he went and chose somebody that he know I view as an enemy. You can go right straight down your thing and see the shows you've done. I mean, how they title. And he went out there to not just explain him
Those
going
titles
to fight.
Did not point you as my enemy. Are you my enemy?
That's how I received it as, though.
Right.
So not only did he not go up there and just talk about the White House thing, which I understood, you want to clear that, but he went up there and talking about that he can't stand to hear my name. I do not feel, and I don't understand that. I don't feel that way about him.
And can I just
I don't get that. And then was saying some other stuff, making reference you might not have known to my ministry, my prophetic gift, and my spirituality, and like I'm uncovered and out of order as a prophet. All of that is purposefully and intentionally injurious to me before those he feels as though he may have more influence upon than myself. That was strategic. And I saw it for what it was. And that's left it like that. But then when he done a clip of the actual part that I thought was the most egregious, and
that actually took me by surprise too.
But see, I know him. And so he put that up there. I said, okay, so this is a really more of an intentional. So then I had to do that clip to just put up there. And I was very kind. I was very kind in my original thing. I was very kind in my thing with CTV, and I'm being kind right now.
And I think you should continue.
I will be. But
no more after that.
Let me say this. Let me say before I forget.
But let me be very clear. If they do one more thing,
they're already done declared war. It's gonna be up. Period.
So my mama told me.
The master prophetess.
Exactly that, bro. All of this.
Larry, that's not of God.
But why would it be? You should know I'm not gonna hit somebody first. So if they do something, how come what they doing is not of God?
Okay, hold on.
But see, that's my thing when it comes to these
can
other
I say what I'm trying to say? I think I've been doing a good job letting a good job of letting you long-winded ass niggas talk. Can I get up here and say something for 15 seconds? Good sakes, God, Lord, the church folk, Jesus. What I was gonna say is you have to look, people, y'all dealing with a master prophet. Arch, like all other spiritual people, moves in symbols signs, and parables. So you can't look at the obvious bush. You got to look at the subtleties because the devil is in the details. Let me tell you how I knew Bishop knew that he was unhealed at the time that he sat down with you, and that he knew what he was doing because of that very statement. When Larry's name comes up, it goes,
yeah.
ouch. He was speaking in the present. He wasn't talking about an ouch that existed for a time in the past. He was talking in the present moment. There is still an open wound, and that name feels like salt on that wound. That's how it made sense then why he was where he is. Because as I said on my own platform, Bishop Bernard Jordan has his own platform. If he wanted to say anything to Larry about Larry, chronicle anything about Larry, he has his own large, humongous platform to do that on. To sit down with you was intentional. It was a message in a bottle. And as Jesus said, let those who have eyes see, and let those who have ears hear, baby. Let those who have thy eye see, and thy ear hear.
But you know what, Chauncey, Bishop Bernard, and I'm not the spokesperson for Bishop Bernard, but I think he reacted to what he was dealt from the beginning. Like I said, Larry, I think you, I think he just reacted to what he was put in front of him.
I agree.
And we cannot demonize him or say he's supposed to be a master. Cut your feelings off, master, and deal with it spiritually and ethically and all this other stuff. I think he really just dealt with what he was presented with, and because there was feelings there. And if that, yes, you're right, Conscious. By saying that statement, yes, there was some unhealed stuff going on. Mm-hmm. But I think it goes way back to how it first broke up. We had William saying this, people saying it on the internet, whether or not Manasseh said something to him or didn't say something to him, it was still out before it was out. So that's my only thing. I think the
difference between me and you, St. James, is that you are using his humanness as an excuse. I'm not negating his humanness. I'm holding him accountable for the master behind his prophetic title.
Well, I mean,
he's allowed to be a man about whatever he's experiencing. But Bernard is the father in the situation, and he is the master in the situation.
So he has to handle everything 100% correctly.
Yes, because he chose to be a self-appointed superhero.
He's not God. He is not Jesus, and he is not God. Just like Larry. I don't expect Larry to handle everything just because
Let me break this down in an even simpler way, okay? There's a discussion that we've been having on my platform about this recent episode of The Basketball Wives, right? Mm-hmm. And there's been a physical fight between Jackie, the mother, and her daughter, Chantel, her daughter. Mm-hmm. And Jackie and her daughter been beefing all season. They had a confrontation in the hotel where Jackie got up to help walk her daughter out of her hotel room, and she touched Chantel while they had been already beefing all day and all night. Mm-hmm. This then caused Chantel to remove her hand, which resulted in Jackie hitting the wall, which she was already the closest to. And then Jackie chose to punch her into next week. Mm-hmm. Now, because in the Black community, a lot of y'all been raised with people going upside y'all head. A lot of people been raised with drop cords to their ass and switches to their ass. And a lot of y'all done been lynched by your own damn family and still consider it to be love. That's fine. That ain't where that ain't the frequency that I know nothing about. So while I understand why certain things are normal to us as a Black community, and sometimes I can construe where we should place the responsibility on both ends, my thing is, I don't care if Chantel was speaking explicitly to her mother, and I don't care that she had a physical response to her mother being physical to her. I'm holding Jackie for deciding that as the mother and the matriarch, as a wife, that the only choice she had was to touch her daughter instead of leaving the room, if that is what would cause her to remain in dignity. She had a lot of options to allow production and security to handle the matter. She could have went in her hotel room and completely disintegrated and disengaged the moment between her and Chantel. Or instead of her trying to physically walk Chantel toward the door, she could have walked her own big ass to the door and through the door, if it meant honoring herself as a mother and as a wife. Because y'all love to throw them scriptures up there, not to honor your parent, but right under it, it says also don't provoke thy child. So let's put the whole thing into context. So I'm saying in this situation with Bishop is a man. He has to piss and wipe his booty like the rest of us do. It's okay if he's injured. It's okay if he has feelings. It's okay if he's heartbroken. It's okay if he needs therapy. It's okay if he needs time. It's okay if he's angry. But yes, because he holds the title and he came on as the master prophet, I personally would have expected a higher vibratory response if he was going to represent himself in his title in the context of speaking about him and Larry. And to his own admission, he was still injured when he did that sit down with you. And to my point, he had never sat down with you prior. You would have never been sat down with had him and Larry still been friends. That's the gag. There would have never been a sit down.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But you know, all things work together for the good.
And it never would have been a sit down because of just that.
You think it's good now?
Bishop knows what's up. Bishop knows what's up.
No. Hold on, Larry. Let me talk to Larry. No, and I don't mean good as just benefiting. All this is good because you're at where you're at with it too. It needed to break. Feelings needed to come out.
It did.
Realness needed to be revealed. You know, so that's the good of it all. It ain't about benefiting off of failed relationships. It's about opening that door that should have been probably open maybe a few months ago or so, maybe a year ago. This is something that probably has been coming to a head that just never really, nobody had the balls to bring it out. So it had to come out this way. And if God had to use me, you know, I'm the poor soldier that he used.
Oh, Lord.
But you know what I'm saying.
I just don't like that that's the biggest thing. I don't like how it looks. But at the same time, don't do that no more.
Don't do what?
Don't go online talking about me like that no more. Because then I'm going to get online and talk about you. And I'm not going to be nice.
Do you take responsibility in it at all?
What part?
Of him reacting to what you said? I still say, Larry, that there should have been a conversation before you came out.
And for that reason, I understand it.
Yeah.
I understand it. But I don't feel like I owe that to him. No, I don't feel like I owe that to him. Especially being that I was
your mentor. You trusted him, Larry. Let me
explain what I mean. I don't think I owed it to him, meaning because man, you already know. I feel as though I was led on how to break away from him. So if I feel like I've done it the right way, I don't feel like that I need to answer to his feelings and how he want me to do it, because I already got the download on how I need to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think at this point, really, yeah, it should kind of be everybody go to their separate corners and just.
That's what I want.
Do the ministries and everybody just. But you do know that you guys have shared support, right?
Of course I know. That's why I did the video.
Right.
No,
But
James
my
is
thing
saying
is,
that in the context of the allegations that he's now telling people to come to him and support him, but y'all have an entangled support base. So is he just doing what he's always been doing, or is he intentionally trying to cipher support from you and direct it toward him and Manasseh? Because were people always getting phone calls? Were they always getting emails? Were they always getting these things when y'all were together?
Yes, they were getting them, but years ago they got out of it. And mind you, my community knew within 72 hours of when Spirit told me to separate from them. I called them together and told them. So it wasn't, we were already way past this. So it's like all of this just made this come up. And now I'm having to talk about it to people outside of my community. You know, so my people were already clear on this.
yeah, I understand that, Larry, but I still think there's some cross stuff going on that you're thinking of it as an attack possibly, but I don't know if it 100% really is. I mean, there's always some shadiness going on with separation, but I don't know.
I ain't saying. I know it is intentional.
Okay, all right.
And I ain't talking about just.
So hopefully, from everybody, like I said, will just kind of leave it alone, let it go.
Yeah, because that's what we need to do. Go on back to business.
Even though Larry has already spoke to this, St. James, do you, now that you got Larry here, do you want to deal with Larry on this belief that you have that he has had more engagement with Tyrone than what he's saying? Because you really stressed that in your after show. And the reason, the reason, and I'll speak to it, because the reason of it, because when it first kind of came out, I want to say, were you the one that connected Dwayne with Tyrone?
No. And this is the thing. Oh my God! Because Dwayne said how he met him out his own mouth. Tyrone said how he met him out of his own mouth. Why? Because you also said how it all started as well. So I don't know if all them stories. So where this stuff be coming from? I'd be like, that's why I feel like it'd be intentional. No, because Duane and Tyrone ain't nobody. You the superstar, so that's why it only matter what you say. Because everybody made you the star. So nobody care about what Tyrone and Dwayne got to say. And because you said that Tyrone contacted you under your TikTok and said Dwayne contacted Dwayne. Okay, so he contacted Dwayne.
See, that's why I always thought it was he contacted you under the TikTok.
I don't know how that got like that. No.
Because of what you said on my platform, unless you misspoke.
Well, maybe I did.
See, and I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just saying what I heard.
I think that it was under the clip on
100%. And this is what Dwayne said out of his mouth.
Clarification. So everybody listen for the clarification.
Right.
Okay?
Tyrone hit him under his TikTok. That is how he reached out to him. He drafted the letter for Jermaine about him threatening him. Yeah, that's what made him reach for Tyrone. I am in Ghana. I don't even know Tyrone exists. I didn't get back from Ghana till like the 24th or the 25th. This stuff was already going on. I have no connection to any of this. And the first time I had any communication with Tyrone was right before. I want to say I had communication with him right before when did we done the first two interviews, then the lawsuit.
November.
Yep. Then the lawsuit. The first time I talked to him was sometime in December. First time.
Because the lawsuit came in November.
Mm-hmm.
Shortly after a week or two after the last interview you did with Dwayne?
The letter was the first thing. The letter,
mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. And then the lawsuit after. Do you regret ever doing that interview right now, Larry?
like when I said with Conscious today, at first I'm like, no, that was his story, and I was focused on getting the story. I don't regret it. But then when Conscious said something the other day,
So eloquently,
I said I wish that I had let him leave that part out because it wasn't enough. It was just his story. It was no evidence. There was no receipt. I should. That's the part that I feel a certain way because that's not even my Larry Reid way. So this is what after me and Conscious thought to myself. I said, Larry, you must have had some part of you that wasn't that already had a certain kind of way towards Jakes. And I said because I seen people saying that online. I'm like, no, I don't care nothing. But they had to be something there, and I think it was because of how Jakes did Carlton, and that like turned me. I honestly believe that because
a lot of people think you flipped out over that. Like you were here to, you were here.
I did. I'm not above
for Carlton.
I maybe did because I love Carlton Pearson, and that loss still bothers me today. So I can see that. So that's not far fetched. But I didn't arrive to that until I had the thought about how I work. Because that's why I didn't let that boy that was blaming Bloomer. I said, if you're gonna say something like that on my platform, I gotta at least get a statement from Bloomer or let him sit on the other side of me to say he ain't did it. I should have done.
Bloomer dropped his drawers and showed y'all all his stuff, and
did, and they were nice. It was really nice.
Oh God.
Now, Larry, you are aware that Dwayne is now saying that you are the one who categorized the interaction between him and Jakes as grooming, as essay.
Is that what Dwayne said? Dwayne said
in the filings that he did. Wow. They did another. Another official response to the complaint from his new lawyer. And now he is pointing to you as being the one who categorized all of this stuff in regards to thinking that he was groomed and he was assaulted. That's in the paperwork. That's why I'm saying, Larry, I'm not out here just trying to say, oh, you need to be named or what I'm reading in this thing. Dwayne is flipping on y'all and everybody else. And Tyrone is probably going to do the same.
I must have been prophetic when I asked Larry in the interview. When I asked you, Larry, I said, are you going to have a conversation about why they never cleared a lot of the stuff up? But the fact that Dwayne now is kind of using that to deflect from him being found liable for defamation, ain't no honor amongst thieves, baby. That Tyrone.
That's what he's saying. And that's what he's never seen a letter. And he never categorized. He said the podcaster characterized the relationship. He didn't do it.
That's not true. And anybody who watched the video will see that's not true.
But that's what he's saying, nonetheless.
Yeah, but it's not true.
Wow.
That is
Dwayne,
not
is that how you pay back?
It's not an attack.
Is that how you pay back somebody who put up with you on all them security phone calls for a year? And Linda to you. Is that how you
like 2 conversations?
Now, Larry, if they pulled him them prison calls, is everything all right?
Oh no. He called me through somebody. He ain't talked to him but twice while he was locked up.
Okay.
Even if he called you through somebody, he's calling you on a recorded call.
On a recorded
call. Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
Yes,
so he asking you, is there anything in some conversations that can be considered conspiratorial? Because just like we seen in the Megan Thee Stallion case, baby, that attorney done pulled the securest phone recordings and everything, baby.
They will hear him telling me the story and the parts he even left out. They hear him telling me all of that.
So Larry keeps
he's definitely flipping, and he's flipping with his new attorney. He's trying to get out of this, and he's trying to pull.
He don't want to go to court.
Yeah,
he don't want to go to court.
Yeah.
He said
because I remember you said you called him the other day. Did he mention what he told his attorneys about you?
That's dirty. That is dirty.
You might want to read the filing.
But that don't matter to me because
what I'm just saying is you're talking about you having these conversations with this guy, and he's not being honest with you. and he's not one of the honest people.
I only called him because of what I saw online. All of that going back and forth, he would text me mostly. And then he would call sometime. And if I missed, I would call him back. But I wasn't pursuing a relationship with him or Tyrone. They called me if they wanted something, they wanted to tell me something. That's it. So I didn't have no relationship with them. Call logs, text messages would prove all of that. That's just the truth.
Okay.
And court will prove that, so.
Baby, I didn't read the response. I did not know that this. Look, I be in my prophetic bag. I asked Larry that. I said, Larry, these people done.
Because this was a responsibility.
Are you going to? I asked Larry in an interview. I said, are you going to have a conversation with Dwayne and ask him why have he allowed his attorney to just carry this narrative without asserting anything? But now we know why. It's because he needs
want to get out of it.
They're forming an opinion.
Wow.
Yep. They're forming an opinion, and he's with the new attorney, and they are that's why they're going another way with saying he didn't know anything about the demand letter. Larry Reid characterized him. I never said he groomed.
He said that in the filing.
Yes. Now he's saying he's never seen the demand letter, and he did not.
But I got text that he sent it through me. This is them. They folks just lying and complaining, man. That is crazy. And the thing, you can't sue somebody that's defaming you to the court through a complaint. It's a protection. Ain't that crazy?
Well, I just hope we leave this thing knowing that I am not on attack. I'm really not. I'm not on attack.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's the same. Since you done travel all to and fro Larry's brain now, and Larry done told you it ain't shit they can find on him if they get the security calls, if they look through text, none of that, he ain't did a damn thing. So they can huff and puff through these filings all they want to, but Jakes would have to lie in order to sue him for something because ain't nothing about the actuality of what's going on that he's going to be able to use to hold him accountable for. What do you think now about that? Because you on your Larry Reid piece as it relates to this lawsuit.
I'm still at the point where I'm reading the documents being presented to us, and the other side hasn't presented anything that would make us think. But in regards to Larry, in regard to you, Larry, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I can believe what you're saying until nothing has been proven yay or nay. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm.
But what we do know is Jakes has yet to file his ass as a.
He has yet. Larry is not an official. He's not a defendant.
What we know for a fact to be.
He's not a defendant, and
there's a reason why that is.
Yeah, because I would have to defame him. That is why I would have to defame him. So he can't file a defamation lawsuit against me because I haven't defamed him. Dwayne told his story. And anytime I characterized it as grooming, I probably did call it grooming because we was on this grooming conversation surrounding Jakes with Manasseh. So that possibly that probably is true. But that's what I'm calling the act. And I can reserve that right in my commentary to do that.
Do you regret taking those pictures on Manasseh's iPad and putting that out? And nothing has come to fruition publicly about it?
Well, I told y'all why nothing came up publicly. You just have to, I said it in a coded way.
And it wasn't that coded, to be honest.
Well, you knew when everything happened.
And for those of you who don't know, what Larry said is that there was a meeting of the minds on both sides, and lawyers got involved, and conversations got had between both parties. Larry is not clear about what exactly led to the resolve, but both parties got together and talked some things out.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that, St. James?
Listen, what can we say?
You believe that because you believe that Jakes ain't in the business. He ain't in the business of well,
I hear what Larry's saying, but we haven't heard anything about that. We haven't heard, we're not privy to that. So I don't know what has happened between Manasseh and Bishop James, if anything.
I mean, we don't know.
You can ask Manasseh, now that y'all friends.
That's true.
You're correct. I could.
Ask him then, and he'll tell you.
Sure. I got it. Will he tell him the truth, Larry?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I want to know.
Well, you gone.
Somebody called me to court. Nothing, Saint.
Look, somebody called me to court. You all gonna know.
You see how selective Saint is. You see how selective. See, he only want to be in Larry business, baby. He don't care nothing about no Manasseh, about no bishop, baby. Oh no,
I want to be in the business that's public.
Larry business, baby. That's all.
I want to be in the business that's public, but that ain't public no more because that faded away with the wind. We was waiting on a lawsuit.
It may
I faded it away.
Yeah.
It may come back up because if they're going that stand, Larry said it's going up.
I'm telling everything.
But do you know that there's a lot of things? I know you're saying that, Larry, but there's a lot of things that you think everything that you may tell is that admissible? Would it be admissible in court?
No, but it will be in the transcript.
And you think that'll damage him enough to be in the transcripts?
I'm not trying to damage nobody.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell the truth because what happens is there were 2 or 3 lives going on at the same time with my name in the title. Not Jordan, not Manasseh, not Bloomer. That is by design because I've always been the one on the internet streets protecting everybody else. He come up here on your platform and add to clicks around my name that is negative. Now that he's not benefiting from what I do in the world anymore. So I am not protecting anyone no more, particularly the Jordans. So if I get asked a truth, I am going to tell the truth.
Larry.
Just that. I protected George Bloomer on the internet and in the court with the word network, and he about to get his payment a little bit, but nobody does that. So I am not protecting nobody no more. So that's what I meant. But you put on your platform to my Larry snitching on everybody. I ain't turning on nobody. I'm just turning towards
It sounds
Larry.
like that, Larry. It sounds like
why does my self-care for myself sound to you like I'm turning on people? Shouldn't you want me to do what's best for me? Because I am the one that's taking the hits while they going and enjoying their life.
Now they are planning on throwing Larry under the bus. But this is my question, Larry. Could you also reaffirm what I said earlier? You have been very both privately and publicly vocal about the fact that you gonna tell the truth, and that's what everybody needs to know. So ain't nobody around Larry unaware about how Larry is. Okay, so ain't no victims. Everybody knows.
Nobody, my own children, all our business. I know it's the truth. The truth.
He gonna tell it if it has to be told and it makes sense to be told, and in the court of law he would have to tell it. I mean, if people implying that he should get up there and
but see, it's very interesting.
The truth.
It's very interesting that they want to hold me to that. I'm not even. This is not me trying to get nobody back. This is not me. I mean, because I know this sitting right here, and I'm not saying that. So I don't have a mad day. I'm not wired like that. But what I am saying is that if I get called to court, I am not protecting nobody. I'm telling the story from the beginning to the end that includes everybody's name down to Manasseh, and that's it. And I'm done. Your honor, good day, goodbye. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm not protecting anyone.
Prophet Manasseh, if you're listening to this, baby, I would prefer you to be in my bed rather than be in somebody's courtroom. Don't you get out there and say nothing else, baby. You don't need to be in nobody's courtroom, baby. You're too cute to be in somebody's courtroom, okay? You should be in my bed. Please talk Bishop into getting some more therapy so ain't nobody getting triggered over nothing and everybody can be all right.
I just hope that you don't have to do that because Larry,
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, because people have trusted you, told you things, and they've confided in you. And to do that to people, and I know you have to save your own, I understand all that, but that's just a level that I don't think you want to go to.
I would not do that because we're back to the Jordans. I wouldn't do that
I'm
unless
not only talking about them. I'm talking about the rest. You got names and stuff of a lot of people. You say whoever, you gonna tell it all.
I'm talking about
like,
everybody. You conflating the two. If me getting called into court, I'm telling everything. Meaning I'm protecting myself. I've lied on stands for witnesses. Yeah. I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah. I'm gonna do what's best for me. That's that.
Your ass high and dry.
Right. That's that. Now, as relates to the Jordan thing, I'm not going to come out here and tell stuff that I know concerning them unless they do this bullshit again, because that interview was petty, it was manipulative, filled with shade, spiritualized, and turned to the left. And anybody with two eyes see that. So I know what that was about, including choosing your platform. So I let that ride. But then the next day, that clip of that extremely petty part thrown on IG, I think because his Archbishop or Bernard Jordan or something, y'all forget what you seeing. If I was moving like that, y'all would be calling me out. He moved petty, shady, and messy and retaliatory. It was clear. Y'all must just hate me so bad that
I never said it wasn't shady. I didn't say that wasn't petty.
Yes, you did, because earlier on you were saying that what's wrong with him sitting down with you? It wasn't, you don't understand. Because
no. That part I don't believe is totally shady. I'm talking about the clip. The clip was a dagger.
The whole thing was a setup.
I think the whole thing needed to happen.
He got on your platform to do what he do so that he could have it to clip to put it up. It's all a part of the same thing. It's all a part of the same thing.
I hear you. I hear you.
And look, and Bernard and Arch isn't an evil person because he got caught up in his humanity.
No,
because he was still injured. But but that don't change the fact that he was in his fifties and it was petty and it was intentional. I mean, it just was, and it's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I'm not no fool. I don't move around here like Boo Boo the fool. I'm not no fool.
Larry is petty as hell too, baby.
Oh, you better believe he is.
Everybody got petty.
Yeah, but I haven't done that yet. But they bother me.
Well, you know that's arguable amongst the general public.
No one is going to bother you, Larry. No one's going to bother you.
It's going to be so fired up.
No one's going to
hope that this is I don't want to see all of that from y'all. So I really hope that it
shouldn't be that, but stop. The behind the scenes stuff too. Stop.
Let me ask you this question then, Larry. Are you far removed from calling them directly and saying, look,
that's why I did the interview with you.
I will stop. Y'all can stop. Whatever we think each other doing. If we agree to stop, I can ensure my end gonna be well.
Who just asking the question and see what
don't even fall into
no, this is a hater. This is a hater.
But let me see what he's saying. He said, can you ask LR why he pretends like Dwayne was never looking for money? I don't know what Dwayne was doing. They very well could have a whole scheme to get $6 million, and they left me out if they did.
I think what he's talking about, Larry, is in January of 2024, you had a video and you were talking about court filings and lawsuits and things like that. And you said that you was going to send DY to Jakes.
Youngblood.
And that was January of 2024.
Send him to Jakes. Send Dwayne Youngblood to Jakes.
You said you were going to send DY. You said DY. What does that mean? DY. It was in a January 17th.
I remember that. I was saying that I was going to send DY to Manasseh because I was saying that Manasseh is going to be doing a filing.
So how long you were talking to Dwayne Youngblood? A long time, because he didn't get out of prison until what, August of 24?
Right. The first time I talked to him was in 23.
Oh,
and then he called me a second time in 24, and then I didn't hear nothing from him until he got out of prison.
So his name was already kind of being thrown in TD Jake's face kind of early on.
No, he was first thrown in TD Jake's face over 20 years ago when he first started telling the story.
Can you also read my statement on the screen, Larry?
Some people in this chat literally never drunk milk from their mother's titties, and it shows. It's clear your milk came from a cow child.
Okay, let me. They crazy. What's up, Heat Show?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Can I leave?
Yes, you can. Swiftly, please.
Thank you, Contest. It's been a pleasure. 4 hours. Thank you, Larry, for putting up with me. I know it was a rock. I know it was hard.
No,
this was beautiful. This was awesome. Thank you for being here.
Right. It's that I was trying to get DY a paycheck, all the accuser paycheck. Yes, I remember saying. I said, "There's gonna be some." Yeah, I will tell him. I said, "Just go over there and have a conversation or something like that." I was telling them to say, and whatever come of it, come of it. But I was alluding to probably just get their check cut and just all disappear. Yeah, that's true.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of comments. Are you going through these comments? I mean, people have.
I'm looking in here to see. I will get ready to see what. Oh, there's like a lot of trolls.
I mean,
it's a lot of trolls.
It's a lot of people.
Probably about seven trolls in here. They keep commenting.
How do you feel after this interaction with St. James and through his platform with, I guess, people who have not been sure about you or clear about you? Do you feel accomplished?
No. I came here for you.
Oh, for me. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you did a great job. I think that you and St. James did a wonderful job.
Listen, I don't know him to have nothing against him. I just don't, like I said before, I don't F with him because of how he moved. But we'll see how it moves from here. Yeah.
And you are saying you are accessible. If you have any questions, he can hit you direct line and get any type of clarification.
Yeah. I might go tonight in my IG and unblock him. Please. So if he got a question, he can just inbox me and ask the question.
Please do that so I can be unburdened. Please.
Okay, I got
unburden me.
Yeah, I mean that's why I came up here. I came up for you because I know you want this to be at least okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as okay as okay can be. One more question for you. There are people in this chat who are talking to both you and I don't know why they are even acting like, well, at least I don't even know why they're acting like I am tangible, because I am not tangible. And you know the people that I'm talking about. That you know the particular sub-mutated group that I'm talking about. Not the St. James followers, but there's a sub-mutated underground group that once upon a time looked like the 4 Ninja Turtles, who were in the chat tonight pretending that they could actually speak to me. Now, that is not going to happen, but are those people able to speak to you? Do they have access to you?
Who?
The group that said that you had AIDS, the group that tried to destroy your Patreon, the group that...
No, bro.
Okay, because I don't know. Them folk clearly must have really fallen and bumped their brainless ass heads thinking that they can speak to me. Baby, I don't answer no questions. Oh, and did you know, Dr. Well, no, we can talk about that afterwards.
I'm going to ask you this.
Yeah.
Could I get you and him to sit down together on the screen like this?
Who is him?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't even know what you're talking about right now, because I damn sure don't know who. Who?
T.
Larry Donnell.
Yes, I just did it for you.
No, I didn't ask you to make anything well with.
You have. You didn't.
I mean, but that's because I'm magical.
Okay.
And the difference is the person you want me to talk to is a person who tried to make me the bad guy because they were fake to you. And instead of them being honest and just saying, look, y'all, I fucked up. I got caught up. Tried to wage war against me because of their truth. And then tried to hire a psychomaniac on this platform, literally a psycho, tried to hire this person to fight on their behalf, because despite how big this person is, they're not big enough to contend with me in any actual ring. So I don't have no respect for no man who can't war for himself. I have no respect. The fact that you had to put another bitch into this fight, you are a bitch. And I will never have any respect for the bitch made melted down cheese cap that your mammy left you in that half-baked electric scooter you call a computer chair that you pull up in and do all your grifting in front of. So hell no. And then a bitch to recently get up on a platform with another freak under a wig and talk shit about me when I don't pay either one of them decrepit, half dead, only got 60 more days to live assholes any motherfucking attention. Hell no, for what? I'm making money. Despite whether them hoes like me or not, I'm that bitch. Whether them hoes like me or not, I look good. Whether them hoes like me or not, I get donated, I get flown out, and I still got their leader as my best nigga, whether they like me or not. So what's
so we back friends now?
So what's the equity?
So we back friends now?
Don't deflect, Larry. So what's the equity?
I just heard what you said.
What's the equity?
Wait a minute. Are we back friends now?
What's the equity? You ain't never left. So what's the equity?
No, I didn't. That was you.
Right.
You
so what's the equity? And now them hoes know it. Them hoes you never left. They know you never left. So what's the equity, Larry?
I have never said one negative word about you, especially not to them. Now, right here in the family, when we fuss, however, I'm talking about you, them. But not outside of that, but no.
Of course. So if you can give me one reason that it would benefit me to make up with a nobody who need to pay other content creators in order to be seen.
I'm being 100% selfish because I really like him. He's funny.
What does that do with me though?
Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
But at the same time, I just think it can be worked out. It ain't.
No, how? When them hoes just said when them hoes just said at your event and tried to act it was.
I didn't know about that.
And that's what I'm saying. See, they don't even allow the issue to die long enough for me to even consider whether it should be resolved. The fact that in this moment, just 3 days ago, a bitch was on demon time trying to use proximity to you to take a dig at me that don't even matter at this point because I done cleared me. But ain't nothing them hoes can do, baby. They can suck you, fuck you, and feed you. I wouldn't give a fuck about it. Mm-hmm. So now that we done cleared that, and them hoes just transgressed again. Because see, you've been saying, oh, they done changed. How they done change? And you talking about me, bitch. And I'm over here making money at 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm over here minding my business, bitch. I don't know what's going on Reformation Streets. I don't know what hotels and motels bitches is folded up in. So what the fuck am I on your mind for at 2 a.m. in the motherfucking morning, ho? Like, you over there with the nigga you think you got, bitch? Like, or are you just mad because he never left? What is the issue? Because whatever the issue is, baby, it ain't me. It ain't me. The nigga you thought left never left. So what's the problem? Because I never needed a bitch who needed me. That bitch ain't never did nothing for me, honey. Ain't put no money in my pocket. Ain't got me to 1,000. I did all that for them hoes. I had something to give, baby. Their table is empty. Empty. There's nothing that I benefit from. I can't even count on them to be truthful and integral at the very least. I can't even count on a bitch. And you know why I can't? Because a bitch got a burner account called Christopher that he also was emailing me to when we were okay and emailing me from. The girl is weird. Who has burner accounts? Who has to hide behind fake ass accounts and shit? Imagine what other shit you're doing up underneath that fake ass account. Imagine how you're both probably smiling in Larry's face and dragging him behind his back and doing the wicked shit you're doing behind the burner account. No. Ain't been enough demonstration of any worthiness that should result in me making up with no bitch. No. I wasn't friends with these hoes from the beginning. I don't need nobody. I'm good. I've been doing good. I do good. These hoes be needing me, Larry. There's no benefit. I'm not interested. I don't care. And I don't have I don't have a problem, especially at this point. I don't have a problem with you tossing your dog scraps.
Oh my!
I don't have a problem. Toss. Even the dogs must eat from the master's table.
So let me ask you this, because I just asked Thais.
And I'm just saying, well, why are you saying he's on my platform? See,
I'm sorry, I forgot.
You gotta go. I don't even know why you're trying me like this.
It slipped out.
And this is intentional because Larry know damn well not to even ask me this on a personal level. But he's trying to take advantage of this fake ass pressure that he think I'm under because y'all here in the 1300s, baby, and ain't shit changing about my tone, ain't shit changing about my posture, bitch. And let me tell both of them raggedy, wigless assholes something, bitch. I will be at the next Reformation, and I want both you hoes to keep that same energy. Since Larry said he don't mind me putting you hoes to the back of an ambulance, I will be there 2026 Reformation. I will be there 2026, bitch. I will be there, and you will be in an ambulance, ho. And Larry doesn't mind that. Okay. The fuck?
Okay, I'm sorry for asking that.
You are.
That would not.
You need to run me some money to get that up off me because babe, that's gonna come with a fee.
Conscience.
That's gonna come with a fee.
I'm sorry for saying that.
Yes, but turn that sorry into an action. Make me feel better. Make me feel better.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
Now, good night, because you're gonna be clear to them set the hell up in. You'd have lost your damn mind up here. Thank you for your time, Dr. Reid. Thank you for all that, honey. Go take your gummy and run me my Cash App. Good night. Hello, you guys. Welcome and shout out to St. James for the show and the collaboration. This was one for the books, girl. Yes, the king is keeping these motherfucking streets lit. All right, subscribe if you're new here, girl. Yes, CTV is on. Have no fucks to give ass time, baby. It's 2025, baby. Get your life or get the motherfucking loss. All right, I love you guys. This was wonderful. Leave all of your supportive contribution, baby, in the comment section in the form of like, of a subscription, and or you can also donate to the motherfucking platform on Cash App, $Conscious TV, and or paypal.me/Conscious TV. And you can email me or the teehee@gmail.com and follow me on Patreon and follow me on Instagram at Conscious TV. And yes, bitch, I said what the fuck I said and run this the fuck back, ho. Good night. Bye.